There's nothing else I need to do before I just wait. I gotta scratch this part where I can't do. I have to go poop or pee. You gotta like make sure you scratch all your orifices. Like, oh wait, oh crap, I got a couple boogers in here. I need to like now I gotta like show you my TV and dig out all these like orifices. Oh my god. Ooh, that's a keeper. I'm not eating it. Holy crap, it's foggy outside. That's interesting. Like, look at that weird that looks. That looks freaking weird. It looks scary outside. I'll have to go outside and smoke, and it looks like a freaking nightmare out there. It looks like it's snowing out. Dude, I don't got snow tires yet. I hope it's not snowing. Fucking hate the snow. I hate driving in the snow. Who doesn't? How you doing, Francis? Fishing outdoors. Did I actually say that right? Because I really just looked at the first and last letters. Or at the first letter and guessed that was Francis. Yep, it's you. Hey. How you doing, Francis? Oh my god, you're listening to the
Yeah, it's fog out.
I know, I was just looking at my cameras.
It smells like ass out here.
Interesting. Well, I'm live on YouTube, so be careful what you say. Don't tell everybody that you're poor. They might send me money, which would be detrimental to their bank accounts. Not ours. It would be helpful. And that's my mom. She lives with me because life sucks. Convenient for me because I don't have to wash dishes. Well, I'm not complaining. Curtis going to throw a dirty pants in your house. What? I was in there last morning. How? What? Was in there last morning hours? You know, if you only come out with a tiny bit of cat food and just pour it down, you won't have to keep hiding the cat food bowl. We got neighbor cats that come in and frickin' eat all the cat's food all the time. You didn't say anything to me? Can you hear me? Oh, well, I was probably frickin' sleeping. I literally passed the hell out on my live stream last morning hours. Yeah, last time I went live, I apologize. I was like, hey, Jesse, you know what? If if uh if a Love Productions can make you a moderator, I certainly can, Jesse James. You're definitely trustworthy. Hey, good to see you, man. Yeah, Jesse James, man. It's a cool name and he's a good person. He's helping out another friend of mine. You know, Love Productions. She's actually out. If you have her link, Jesse James, please drop it. I'd appreciate it if you could. I really do like her channel, and I know it's an ASMR channel. A lot of people don't realize what ASMR is, but she does really amazing artwork. And if you like to just sit and, or, if you get bored watching something, if, like, honestly, just watching her, like, old live streams is very relaxing. I mean, she don't have no drama on her stuff. She don't like to do drama, but she has a really kind and loving heart, and I really know she's a good person. So I really appreciate it. If you drop her link, Jesse, please, I give you a moderator. If you could drop her link, I'd really appreciate it. Anyways, she is very considerate person, and I know she feels about the same way I feel about this stupid ass conflicting things Iraq. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, and I don't even want to talk about it myself because it's a nightmarish thing. But it kind of sparks revelation in the Bible, and it helps you look up for the positive sides and the positive side for every downside. And everybody's got to look at it as life, pretty much like Forrest Gump, is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. You didn't just block me, YouTube. You didn't do that, did you? Really? You just like said, oh, 35 minutes and 36 seconds in? Okay, it just went, it went 0, 0 and went, I was like, what? It looked like I was dead for a second. Anyways, yeah, I shave my head all the time because I hate that. I hate the hair. My hair goes on calyx and stuff. I got tons of calyx. But hey, you're welcome to drop her link. I would appreciate it if you did. If you can find it and do it. Otherwise, I'll do it when I get to my computer inside. Um, so I love productions. She does a lot of good artwork, and I really think she's ASMR. And ASMR, I mean, let me explain how. If you've never experienced AMSR, I'm going to tell you exactly how you can experience it if you want to, if you've never experienced it. So you pretty much got to put your mind in a meditation state. I mean, you got to practice. I mean, it's something trial and error. You got to find it. You got to zone out on a video and you got to find it. It's kind of like a thing when you get really bored, you discover you have the ability to do. Because that's the only time I discovered I was able to do it, when I got bored. And that's what happened. Hey, Rattle Trap Fishing. Hey, thank you, Jesse James. Hey, Rattle Trap, please click that link and subscribe to her if you're not already subscribed to her. I appreciate it. I know you Rattle Trap Fishing. I know you'll do it because you're amazing. Oh, crap. What happened? You wrong link or something? Must have accidentally just typed it. Well, wait for the new one. It's fine. Hey, Ray Guns, what's going on? How you doing? I'm just chilling, man. I cannot believe I mean, I was so inspired. I had a lot of cool people. I'm hoping they show up tonight, but they might not. But either way, you got a lot of I got a lot of amazing new people popping up in here. Well, not new people, but people I haven't seen in a while. Well, either way, you guys are all always new and fresh because it's been new. It's new because it's a new day, and I might not remember you because trying to remember 3,290 people is pretty freaking hard. I mean, I'm sorry, but I can remember Rattletrap. I can remember Jesse James. I can remember Drop's Family Garden. I was a modded. You were a modded channel. What happened? Huh. Hold on a second. I gotta look at the. I'll add you as a mod, but there's a lot of people that try to change their name and their icon, and so I'm not an idiot, by the way, since I know how to program. So there's a lot of that you could make the same name and make another channel, and somebody can come in. And so now what I got to do is look at my I got to go in and I got to look and see if you're a moderator. If you're a moderator, then you're not the original channel. You're just pretending to be the original channel. So I'm not a dumbass. Yeah, wake up, put a little makeup. I know how to program. I mean, I was like, all right, why aren't you a moderator? Make you a moderator, and you're just somebody that doesn't like me and wants to make me mad or something, or sad, and or start blocking everybody in my channel. But which is really weird. But it's sometimes there could be a glitch in YouTube, and that's what I want to say. Is then what I would do is take the link and coincide it with you And then I would use my other program to trace your location of where you're coming from, and look at the location that your previous location came from for my log files, and then find out exactly where you are. It's not as difficult as it sounds. I'm a mod for rattle trap fishing. Hey, rattle trap fishing, should Revy, you know Revy? Is that the same Revy right there? He's a moderator. He can look at your channel. Hey, Jesse James, check out Drop's Family Garden and see if it's the actual Drop found family. See how long the channel was created. I mean, that's what I was gonna do. I don't want more wrenches, thanks. Okay, well, yeah. I thought I made you a wrench though, but I can't remember for 100% certainly. No worries, man. Yes, Rex. Okay, make her a mod. All right, no problem. I mean, the more mods, the better, because there's a lot of people that don't, for some damn reason. I wish it would actually tell me who I was clicking on. Nah, it tells me after the fact. Hey, Drop Family Garden, if you check out, I'm no kidding. I'm gonna make you a mod, bro. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people that try the game of pretending that there's somebody that they aren't. So I'm not saying that that's you. I'm just saying I gotta be careful, and anybody else running a channel needs to be aware of the little sidetrack thing that people do to other people. I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm just saying it's possible for people to do that, and people need to be aware of it. So, yeah, I've already drops is legit. All right, thank you. I'll just do that then. I don't know why he's not a moderator. He should have been a moderator. I like to get as many moderators as I can because people come on my channel and they just want to be all weird and stuff. It's like I don't understand why. It's like, man, I'm not hating on you. I respect your beliefs. I respect your understanding. I have my beliefs and my understanding, and I will never disrespect your beliefs. And if my beliefs don't coincide with your beliefs, that's when we just become. That's when we have to realize we live in America and we have to agree to disagree. I mean, that's just the American way. We don't bomb each other because, yo, you're supposed to believe what I believe. No, we don't kill each other. We don't do that. It's just sad, man. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's just irritating that somebody would allow, some people would allow, and then the fact that, it's really irritating that you would, two wrongs don't make a right. We already know that. Two wrongs don't make a fucking right. There ain't no way in hell two wrongs make a right. So, if you hide yourself underneath innocent people, and then the only way to conquer your stuff is to kill the innocent people to get to the thing, that's two wrongs getting to the goal of defeating your enemy. But that's two wrongs being, that makes you evil. I mean, I just, that's evil in itself. Anytime you're killing innocent people, it's not called the casualty of war, it's called evil. I mean, I'm not going to side with anything. I don't know. I don't know all the facts, and I'm sure a ton of the fucking facts are hidden from us. That's what pisses me off. Another thing. That pisses me off because we don't know all the facts. We don't know all the problematic things. We just know what they want to tell us, which that alone pisses me off. Because I mean, we can't make a determination of whether you know who's wrong. All I gotta say is, anytime you're freaking attacking a country and you're killing innocent people, that's just wrong, and we're not talking about it. I mean, we don't. We. I mean, all I gotta say is that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm not sticking up for the other side. I'm just sticking up for the fact of I'm a human, and that's fucking wrong. My conscience tells me that's wrong. I mean, what they're doing is wrong too, but it doesn't fucking justify the wrongness. You doesn't make it right. Two wrongs don't make a fucking right, and we know that. Just two negatives never made a. They're not supposed to make a positive. You know, in programming, I'm pretty sure a negative plus a negative always equals a negative. So two wrongs equal the same fucking thing. We're we're grown enough to know we can agree to disagree and keep it pushing like an actual adult. That's what I like. And that's the whole thing is a lot of people want to like get all riled up like we're disagreeing, and I really highly doubt that anybody would disagree with me when it comes to how I mean, I really am glad I'm not a decision maker in a war like that, because that would be some difficult decision making. It's pretty much, I mean, it would be hard. I mean, it would be hard because you would know that they've killed your. I mean, think about it. I mean, put yourself in. I mean, it's detrimentally insane to think about, but you'd have to understand the anger and the frustration and the aggravation that leader of that country had to go through. I mean, just imagine something I wouldn't even want to even remotely picture. It's my kids getting killed by somebody, because I certainly would go rampage on somebody. I wouldn't freaking think twice. I mean, the dude would be dead before I wanted him to be dead. Anybody hurting my kids, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing I think is going on. I think it's Israel's overreacting against it, but honestly, crap, what they did, if that's what has actually been done, it's hard to fucking believe anybody doing those atrocities. I mean, I would say I'd want revenge, and I wouldn't stop at nothing to take it to any level necessary, because it'd be so freaking angry. Because it would be anger, not logical thinking, but anger. Not giving them an excuse, just saying they let their anger take control of the moral obligation they probably should have imposed beforehand. Because I just saying, nowhere in the book of any type of Bible I've ever heard or read, or any logical sense, do that many. I mean, I know in war there's always casualties, but never that many. And that many children. I don't care who you are. You can't do the same thing that somebody did to you onto them. That's just flat out retaliation on another level. I don't know. just reckless decision making due to anger. Not simplified. They started it regardless, but I just don't wouldn't condone it. Wouldn't think that that would be the right method to go. They should have just brought in their ground troops, and they should have freaking just done that first, and they should have freaking just done it. No, not bomb and all sorts of babies, and no. Well, you need to bring in the ground troops and get it done the normal way, the good way, the American way, because that's what Americans would do, because they wouldn't just bomb a civilian area. Yeah, okay. So they're making human shields. Well, we know we can infiltrate human shields. I'd rather 30,000 Americans die than 50,000 innocent lives die. I'd rather die than them die for no fucking reason just because we're angry and dropping bombs on their. Yeah, I'm just my opinion. I just don't freaking like it. I think it's stupid. I just think that they're trying to make an excuse for their actions. Israel is not evil. Well, in their actions, that's I consider that evil. I don't care. I don't care. You kill innocent people, you're evil. End of story. But on the other hand, can't make a fucking excuse. I don't understand it. You can't make an excuse for it. I mean, I try my best, but I don't know. Is God and Israel are supposed to be holy? I just find it really confusing that they would do those things. And nowhere in Revelation does it say that they do those things. So we got to be getting close to the end. I mean, because it's just weird. Kind of like throws me for a loop, if you don't mind me saying, but it does. I've been a shot at before. You've been shot at before? Yeah, I know that's scary shit. I don't want to fund either side. I think we should just let them figure it out. I just want people to stop dying. That's exactly my states. It's like, man, why? Why are they killing you? Can't they just stop being like, what is such a problem with them? Why are they blowing people up? And what kind of message are they trying to do? It makes absolutely no sense on what they're going to gain from killing people. They're hiding weapons and hiding them in hospitals and child playgrounds and endangering children. That's why they are hiding them, and so people won't blow up hospitals and playgrounds. Yeah, but does it make it just because they're doing that doesn't make it okay for them to blow up those hospitals? I mean, that's the whole thing. Is like there's no reason that we need to go blow up hospitals because yeah, we know that they're doing that. We know that they're using him as a human shield, but for us to go kill the actual innocent people to get to them is heartbreaking. I don't care who you are. I would never be able to pull the trigger on that shit. I don't care. You hold my mom hostage, I'm gonna give you every fucking damn dime I got. Yeah, everything. Take it all. Just give me my mom back. That's the most important thing. Who gives a fuck about everything I own or my land or whatever, man? Take it all. Because my mom is worth more than my fucking wallet and everything I own. Why the fuck would you destroy the innocent people and literally do what they're saying they don't care about? They don't care about their people. I don't understand. It makes no freaking lick of sense to me that they would actually penetrate through innocent civilians to get to the enemy, because I would just not do that. No, it's not. It's not just innocent children. Pure innocent people. Period. Doesn't matter if you're 35 or 100 and fucking 90, which you couldn't be because it says in the Bible you can't fucking live past 120 years old. His spirit won't freaking make your soul operate. It's like your light bulb goes out after 120 years. Yeah, I mean, anyways, it just really like I don't know. It's heartbreaking, and I don't like it, and it's really none of my damn business because it's not my country and they're not my people. But it is my taxpayers. I worked and I paid taxes, and I don't want my taxpayers paying for that type of murder. No, no, I don't like my money going to murder people. No, especially innocent people. No, I do not want my money going to murdering people. I mean, I don't like the terrorists. I don't like people hating everybody. I don't like our government. I don't think we're perfect, but there's no reason to harm innocent freaking people in a war. Period. That's a war crime. End of damn story. And I know Donald Trump would solve this shit pretty fucking quick, and this shit never would have happened. Because I know Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed this fucking type of hypocrisy. He would have been like, no, they need to stop their fucking shit. Biden's like, you know, and Biden's got a bigger field of ridiculous people and puppet masters because he even admitted on camera that he don't even make the decisions. He's not even the rule. He's not even the one. Donald Trump actually was a president. Joe Biden is a puppet for whatever elitists, whatever bribe, whatever whoever has the best bribe. I mean, it's sickening, but at the same exact time, at least we know. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but if I say it, I'll get probably banned. There's only like 12 people or 14, I think, but there's only 6 with the most control. And if you sum that all up, there's actually 3. And if you sum those up, there's only 2. And if you went up to the top, there's only 1. And if you actually said that one person's name, but it doesn't even boil down to that because he's influenced, and it's weird. Because I really don't. I really think that that's the Antichrist. I really think that person right there is the Antichrist, and I really don't even know the name of that person. I ain't gonna lie. I do not know the name of that person. I just know there is up in that link of all those connections. There's a really silent person up there making all these decisions. Because just like before, and we already had the spinning, but they never named the names of the people of the world wars that were fought. You watch the Illuminati and you watch this thing, and I really believe it to be true. That it's definite that they were well, let's just say you have to watch the video yourself. If I start talking all, Google doesn't like it when you start making sense. So I want you to find the sense in it instead of me trying to, give you too much of the information. But I know too much. But how you doing? Exploring Ginger. You're not a moderator? You want to be a taco gamer? Taco gamer. How you doing, taco gamer? Chilling on my new gaming. Oh wait, you got a new gaming computer? That's awesome. What you playing on it? Minecraft? I hope it's Minecraft because oh my god, it makes it so fun. Especially when you're playing Java Edition on a super fast computer. It's like you literally can set off 5,000 dynamite without it crashing. Because on a slow one, it's like, it still crashes at 1 million no matter how fast your computer is. Even if you go like, 10,000 times 10,000 placed on, it still crashes. I don't know, understand why. It's just a glitch in the memory program, but it uses 64 bits now. Why the hell is it crashing? It shouldn't crash, but it does. For some damn reason, it closes down, and I'm trying to figure out why, but I'm thinking it's just because when it explodes, there's so many particles, it's overwhelming. The particle, I think, effect is what's causing it to crash. So, just as a programmer, I think I gotta let you know that. With 4080 Ti GeForce. Ooh, nice. I mean, it's like I still got the 3070 Super from NVIDIA. And it's been killing every game. I mean, I can't even find a game to get it to go slow. It's pretty dope. I use Linux. I like, what's your favorite, distribution? Drops Family Garden. I mean, I like, my favorite one, I mean, that I thought was based on Ubuntu was, what is it called? Fuck, I don't even know what the hell I had it called. I don't know what it was called. Anyways, the one before that, which if I could tell, if I can go get the one on my USB drive that I used to recover my system, I'll let you know. But it's like no, it's not Kale. No, it's a version of Ubuntu. But I really like Zoran. Um, Zoran was a based Linux, I mean Ubuntu based, but it was made to look like Windows and everything. And you could buy the ultimate version, which they've actually put a lot of cool little features in it, which you can still get for free if you download them, a lot of them manually. But yeah, you can still get the other one free too. But they really appreciate it when you actually purchase it for like $30 or something like that. But it's really cool. I mean, they give you a lot of features that help you get used to Linux because it feels like Windows and it organizes everything like Windows. It's called Zoron and it's really cool. I really would have, I mean, I'm not even paid to say that, which I should be. Give me a free copy of Zoron. I mean, well, tell them I sent you and maybe they'll give me a free copy. But I really do like that Linux distribution because it's based right off on Ubuntu and they keep it up to date pretty well. I know C++. Do you know Python? Because this is actually, what's really funny is that's what I've been coding in is Python. And I know C++ and I've been actually using, I think it was C sharp, but I haven't programmed in C++ for a while though. It's been about 3 or 4 years. I mean C++. I like C++ a lot. Um, it's just I don't know. Just a lot of people have been switching over to different algorithms, so haven't really used C++. I know C++ is more close to machine code than any other. Well, all of them are close to machine code because that's what the compiler does. But it's just you get more functionality with C++, from my understanding. I mean, because it is like literally what Minecraft Bedrock is programmed in is C++. And then if you choose the right compiler, because there's actually several different types of compilers out there that can make the actual visual code, the words and letters compile back into a program that is a lot more smaller and faster upon the platform it's cooked up, compiled upon. That's one thing that made me that flipped me out for a second. Kept thinking I'm doing something wrong because my program was larger than the original, but then I realized they're using a different compiler. So that might throw you for a loop when you understand compiling and programming. And when it comes to C++, I think there's I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't even begin to list the different compilers they got. They got a lot of open source ones, and I think now the open source nowadays is probably better than the compiler that I was really pissed off about. And a lot of the new ones can still compile, not program, but compile the older code, which makes it just about as efficient as. Because I think it was an Intel compiler that Minecraft would compile their code with. But the Intel compiler would actually compile it against the original base of 64 bits, which, if you didn't know already, in not Intel didn't come out and do the breakthrough. Who came up with 64-bit was AMD. AMD was the first processor in 2005 or 4. I think it was 2004, and it was announced in 2005 when they actually let everybody know that they finally made 64 bits possible. And it took them quite a few years to get Vista and all the other applications compatible, and that's why they call it AMD 64 a lot of the times, because AMD was the one that came out with 64-bit processing. 32-bit, it used to be 16. I had a copy of Windows 95, and I still have it somewhere in my room, I think. I don't think I got rid of it. I got a 16-bit copy of Windows 95. Windows 95 was the only, it came on a CD-ROM, and I have it. It is a 16-bit OS, which is hilarious when it comes to our 32-bit, 64-bit systems, which everything built after 2005 was pretty much became 64-bit. Like everything, some production, because you realize that when you're making a product, especially when it's called a manufacturing production system, most of those computer chips and all that shit took 3 to 4 months to build. For real. One board. All the chips laid upon it. Some of the chips probably took up to 5 months to build. I mean, because some of the memory chips can take a lot longer than just a few months. Like the processor, I think takes up to 6 months to 7 months, depending on the process that's used. I don't know. It's mind-boggling. I don't start with tape drives. Like I get only my boss was. Wait a second, hold on. Holy crap, I'm missing a whole bunch. I forgot to scroll down. My bad. Damn, I'm missing. Done. Man, I was wondering why nobody was chatting. Okay, I got PSS new Spider-Man. Another new video. That's nice. I play old school offline game console. I like those. I like the Zelda. I like a lot of the other ones too, which is Dragon Warrior. What those are Nintendo. Which ones do I know? I don't know if I know any many of that. When I'm old school, I was literally always Nintendo. I'm trying to think of the Atari ones I knew, but I can't remember Atari. Sega Genesis came after the Atari, and I didn't own it. And it wasn't as good as Nintendo. Nobody was playing it as much. The website I got the game computer from is no Optimus Gaming. You should check it out. Optimus Gaming? Okay. I use Linux Mint, but I use Debian for servers and Linux and good Linux for server. Debian, Debian is the core, by the way, if you didn't know. Debian is the original founder of Ubuntu, from my understanding. If I'm wrong, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that Debian is the guts of all Ubuntu and all that distribution. Because anything Ubuntu is Debian based. Debian, Ubuntu, whatever. Debian is the Ubuntu format of the Linux distribution. Now, the other side, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to have to Google it and pretend like I'm smart, like I can remember shit like that. But when it comes to like the other ones, I've noticed that the format and the file system's a little bit different. The drivers, the packages. So when you install packages on the other system, you have to type the stuff in differently. It's not like apt-get install. No, it's PA key, something different. It's a little bit different. And I don't I found that they both work, but they're very similar. Their structure is very similar, and they literally could be merged to be very identical. And I really enjoyed looking at this because I've actually played around with the intr file. I've actually recompiled it. I've actually wrote tons of programs in it, and I can bore the living shit out of you with the stuff that I played around with Linux. But yeah, I've actually looked at it, and I find that Ubuntu has been the most stablest out of them all when it comes to newer PCs. But on the other hand, on the older ones, after the other one, for some reason, the older, and it's like, what I'm saying is longevity. The longer you actually let it run, and it doesn't accumulate with a whole bunch of memory holes and then clutter up the memory, and the whole system freezes and you have to shut it off and turn it back on. That's what I'm talking about. How long can you run it? Back in the day, I couldn't let my Windows system run for 24 hours. Now, I fucking let my system run for months. Like I literally, it sits looking like this shit for almost a fucking month, and I still finally fucking finish what I'm doing, maybe, but I can actually let it run for months with all the monitors scattered out. The only thing that pisses me off is until they can match up all the features of Windows 10, I won't upgrade to Windows 11. No, I should not have to downgrade. I'm not gonna fucking downgrade my fucking system. Fuck you, Microsoft. Would you like to downgrade today to Microsoft 1 minus 1 minus 1? You will not be able to have your lovable whatever the hell I thought I had that I might use, as long as I can still make it work the same fucking way I'm used to making it work and nothing changes, I will upgrade. But they send me a drastic warning. Be sure, you're not going to miss these specific features. And I got to read a fucking long ass fucking. Fuck you. I'm not upgrading. I'm sticking with Windows 10. I mean, and if you until you can match all the features and I can do everything in Windows 10, 11, I ain't going to Windows 10. From my understanding, I was watching a thing going, there's never gonna be a Windows 11. Fucking 6 months later, Windows 11. Never say never, bitches. So much fucking aggravating motherfuckers. I know you're here. I know you guys are here. It says 0 people watching, which is hilarious. And it's like, I'm not even talking about Joe Biden, which I should be fucking, everybody should be like freaking throwing eggs at the front fucking door of the White House. Just my opinion. Fucking Joe Biden. Fucking crooked motherfucker for real. Too much evidence has proven He's the crookedest bitch in the fucking world. I'm not saying fucking Donald Trump's not a fucking innocent bystander either. But in comparison, they bounce off each other like Play-Doh. I mean, what? I mean, all I can say is fucking. They're both fucked. They're both fucking not really great people, man. They're both not like what? They haven't done nothing wrong in their lives. But I guarantee you that Joe Biden's probably got the cake on the worst motherfucker ever in politics. I mean, the only thing that the best thing that Donald Trump does, like, at least he was a realtor, not a fucking presidential potential candidate. But yeah, I guess anybody can run for. Maybe I should run for president. I mean, all I gotta say is, I like red buttons. Oops. No, maybe I shouldn't say that. Someone gonna record that and be like, "Ah, don't make him president. I like red button." Oops. That's the only reason I didn't want to vote for that. Anybody. It's like having that much power. I mean, like, why would you? And then, unfortunately, is what if? So many what if scenarios. It's like probably most nations and everybody with nuclear weapons, they're all duds now. They won't fire, they won't rocket, they won't fucking even detonate, and they just like plaster and fucking make a whole bunch and land all fucking defertile. Best case scenario. Which would actually spark a huge conflict. But not only that, since thankfully there is a God, and a lot of people don't think there is, but thankfully there is a God, those things won't take place. Because think about how easy it would be for God to say, stop, or make somebody freaking completely ADHD when they shouldn't be. I mean, it's completely plausible. I mean, if you think about, he's controlling it. He's giving us, every billion of us, he's lending us a spirit. According to Genesis, if you read the Bible and you believe in God, you know, understand his power. You don't understand his power until you actually do the math upon Genesis. My spirit would not reside with man for 120 years. Even if that math is a little bit off by a year or two, he's saying life right there in Genesis. He's saying that every single one of everybody is connected to his life force. And at any moment, when he deems it's necessary, he can pull the plug on any individual at any moment and anything. That's a lot to keep track of. And according to the Bible, he actually can count all the hairs. He already knows how many hairs I got. So anything that's pretty much like breathtaking, like easy peasy stuff. And that makes more sense than anything to me, but maybe that's because I've thought about it a little bit longer than a lot of people have. I took into consideration a lot of other factors than a lot of people haven't. I've done a lot of scenarios of the what ifs and the what ifs nots, and a lot of people else haven't. So I know a little bit more than a lot of other people that wouldn't have done those experiments. So what's really weird, if you believe that the earth is flat, or if you think that the earth could be flat, now the yada yada yada, then all you have to do is go to the North Pole, or actually go to Washington, or Missouri, or northern states of or a northern part of the hemisphere, if you can get there without getting shot or killed. You got to be in the same exact day of the year, and then you got to do a couple more experiments, because then you got to go to Hawaii, and then measure the same day, the same time, and look at this. Look straight up. You got to make sure it's level, straight up, and look at the sun. You got to measure the sun distance between the two distances, and then you tell me. And then you tell me if measurements measure up whether you're on a, because they're gonna point out, math does not lie, numbers do not lie. If you're here on a circular sphere, those numbers will not match up to numbers that match up like a flat surface. They will not, because if it's a flat surface to a circular object, the numbers will be different. So you got to do, they will definitely point themselves out, because a circular distance will be different than a flat to a circular distance. And if that's a flat distance, regardless, they're going to not be the same exact freaking values. If it's flat to flat, you're going to know the values will point that out. Between the triangulation, they're going to definitely show you that. If it's round, it'll show you that. Common sense. That's how they discovered it without pictures and stuff, by the way, and books. We knew the Earth was round before we had satellites. Just FYI, and that's pretty much one way to find it that I have not seen on Google that I thought of. So there's multiple ways to figure this shit out. I'm just trying to change the subject. It looks so dangerous outside. I'm so irritated with this fucking world, though. I mean, I don't care. And I think that they banned me because I'm talking about, come on, Google, you don't give a fuck about Joe Biden. I hope he ain't paying, fucking shit to suppress me. It's not like I freaking, like, told him to go fuck his mother or something. I mean, I just say he could do a quite better job instead of being a greedy motherfucking bitch. Yep, shut up, Joe Biden. It's like, who wants to hear from a motherfucking crackpot and puppeteer? I think that's what pisses Google off. Not really Google, the government. What happened? God damn, Mom, stop smoking your fucking weed in the house. Well, the kids ain't here. I guess I don't give a shit. It smells really good. Woohoo! I'm getting in contact high. Holy crap, it is foggy as fuck out here. That one's dead. Ooh. I'm a chain smoker from freaking somewhere. Well, you know what's really crazy is a lot of flat earthers are really good people. There's a lot of people that are flat earthers that just are fed up with, people lying to them. But I have to say that it seems like 99% of them just want to argue. It's like, math don't lie. Numbers don't lie. You can do it for yourself. You look at it. I look in the summertime, the sun comes up over there. In the wintertime, the sun comes up over there. So I literally can say, there's the moon, and I can see there's this. Okay, well, if the sun isn't round, why does the moon look round? Why is everything? Why are we like discs? Why does every math equation line up to us being circular? Why does it say a sphere, not a disc? And a circle. It says circle, but a circle they might not have known how to say ball. And I think in some translations it might even say like a spherical ball. I don't know. I mean, I think everybody would have said a circle hanging upon nothing would have been a ball. Because from a distance, a circle hanging upon nothing depends. And then they would have to say what angle. Because if you're at the right angle, it would be invisible. Because it's a flat surface looking at an angle. Hanging upon nothing would be a sliver. So there you go. There's a whole bunch of holes in people trying to claim that we live on a flat earth. I mean, a flat earth just doesn't mathematically pan out logically, or nor does it even make sense in a just in your own understanding of the universe. Like everything is round, but yeah, we're the disc. No, I mean you're putting a limit on God. If you believe you're a flat earther that believes in God, then you're making God limited. He couldn't make a ball. No, he can only make a flat, round disc. It makes more common sense to do so in a round ball. Because stars are round. The moon is definitely round. We can see that from a freaking binoculars with high-powered freaking telescopes. We can see it's around. Oh, that's just an illusion by the government. All right, when did the government create the moon? Tell me what year that happened. Yeah. Anyways, point is, we the government lies to us too fucking much, and that's a fact. And that's probably what sparked all these fucking crazy conspiracists that want to just get mad at the government. I mean, NASA's funded by the government, so they're thinking the government's paying them to lie. Now, I wouldn't say that it's impossible that the moon landing couldn't have been faked. Because, in my opinion, I just don't find it probable that we actually made it to the moon. I mean, biblically speaking, because if God changed all of our languages before they built the Tower of Babel, that's where all of our languages came from, then why didn't he stop them from going to the moon? That's just me thinking biblically minus stuff. That just kind of like points out why just questionable things. Like, does it make a difference? I think it does. Is it a good question? I think so. Moon landings was faked. They didn't actually tell you the truth, and I believe that's why I believe it's possible. I have no actual factual way of proving it, but I think it's. I mean, the reason why I think it is because the Bible says Earth is a spherical thing hanging upon nothing, and it does say that it changed our languages before we even got halfway. We've gotten way farther with our satellites. Our satellites are probably 50 times higher than the Tower of Babel. And so that kind of makes me impossible. If we can get that high, then we probably can get to the moon. But you realize our satellites are not even probably 2% to the distance of the moon. I mean, I have to Google it to find out. I mean, how far are the satellites from the moon? You'd have to Google it. But from my perspective and understanding, the moon is pretty freaking a lot farther away, and it is pretty a big chunk of dirt. I mean, it is considerably large. Well, it's insanely large if you looked at it from that point of view. I mean, it is pretty much the size and mass of the dirt top, probably of the foot of the soil of the United States, maybe 3 feet squared. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I just know it's not it's small in comparison, but I think it's like less than. It's probably the size of the core of the Earth. I mean, how else can it be so far out and be so magnetic? But it's just like it's just God's miracle. He's the one that divided the day and the night and put the moons and made the time cycle. I didn't. I mean, and that's another thing. It's like, how does everything line up so syncly and there's no God? It's like, can you imagine this? Okay. I mean, picture this. Okay, the science wants you to believe that all of a sudden there was a boom in the universe. Stars spewed out matter for no fucking reason whatsoever. Just all of a sudden, there was just something. And then why would it be hard to believe that it wasn't a God? I mean, if you believe that, then you must believe that there's a possibility of God. Because either way, a Big Bang is just as insanely likely that there's a creator of the Big Bang, or there was a Big Bang that was created by God, or a creator. I mean, you think about it, every way you look at it logically, there's always another side to the story, or another potential difference. I mean, all I gotta say is I've never seen something come from nothing. The only thing, and then that's the only question is how did God become God? So, I mean, obviously, somewhere around infinity ago, he became the infinite creator. And imagine what the process of that would have been like. Can only imagine. And it's pretty fantastic, if you don't mind me saying, but I guess you have to have a really good imagination for that shit. I have to say, it looks pretty freaking cool. But just in my imagination, I guess maybe God might be helping me with that. Very good graphics, by the way. Um, I don't know. I don't know. The whole thing. My whole point is to end with the pretty much pointing out that hell is he got in his anger at a certain point in creation, and he never threw humans in that hell. It was only the creator, only the angels that he trusted that betrayed him when he woke up from his sleep. He was so mad at them that he put them in hell, and he said they would never sleep, and he cursed the serpent and all that stuff. I mean, if I have to read it again to get a better gist, so don't quote me on it completely, but from my recollection of it, that's what it's saying. No, really, in 2014, the Big Bang was discounted? That's funny. I mean, I discounted the Big Bang in carbon dating by that way. And it's like, man, you can't have carbon dating. And also, there's tons of videos that prove it. And it's like, man, I just didn't have the technology to show that it wouldn't be conceptually accurate. I'm just saying we have no way to prove its accuracy on top of it. So we're not going to live a billion million years. So there's no fucking way we're going to be able to prove the fucking existence of the carbon dating theory. And so scientists just said, I'm going to get paid for fucking make believing writing a storybook, a fictional storybook. And science should never be a story. Never should be. It's always the most probable answer. Science should always be the most probable answer. And technically, without the existence of God, I think that might actually be. I mean, I have no way to disprove that that could be the most unprobable, but I think that they did a good job, maybe. But I have no way to disprove that to be a thing until I can actually understand their method of carbon dating, which I know for common sense sake, it could never be proven because you can never go back in time without a time machine. You can't prove something exists. We can't even prove that we exist, let alone the matter that we're testing. There you go. They'll throw you for a fucking couple loops. Because the only reason that we exist is through spirit, through understanding. I really believe that. I really. Hold on, let me take a fast break. Mm. Mm. You know the light implications, right? Yeah, but what's really weird is they don't know if those galaxies were moving farther away or were moving closer. So they measure these distances between these galaxies and they say that they're 400 billion light years away. But they don't even computate how fast the actual galaxy is moving because we don't know. And how do we even determine how fast we're moving apart from other galaxies if we're moving at all? And how do we determine if we're moving at all between the other galaxies? Are the galaxies rotating around another orifice in the universe that is bigger than the universe itself? We don't know. Does everything rotate around the Almighty God? I would probably assume so. I mean, but that doesn't make science work. I mean, all I can say is I know what I know, and I don't know everything. And when a scientist says that he thinks he knows everything, that's when I start saying we need to find a new scientist. But I think science has actually done a very good deal of giving us at least a rough estimate of how far stars are away and how far a light year is and how fast light travels. They do have a good estimate, but they're never going to get completely accurate, just like they did with the dinosaurs. Because I'm almost certain the dinosaurs were less than 6,000 years ago. And our planet's probably less than 10,000 years old. But so far, scientists think that our planet's millions of years old,
based on some weird technology. I mean, I don't even think that the universe is 1 billion years old. It looks big, but I don't think it's 1 billion years old. I think our universe is probably less than 20,000 years old. I mean, but you guys don't understand time like I do. I mean, literally, every second of our time, we move like turtles in the reality of the universe. If you think about it, I mean, think about how fast our planet's spinning and how fast we actually move across it. Even when we're driving 60 fucking miles an hour down a freeway in a vehicle, we're still not even spinning a tenth of the speed of the planet. And we're advanced in civilization. Well, all right, whatever. Think about it. We're puny when it comes to this universe. And without a God and creator, we're going to be lost as shit. Dude, we won certain wars, and I think the only reason we did it is because we had faith in God, and now we don't. And now we're disrespecting God so bad that I think it's going to come back, and God's going to be really like, what the hell you think you're doing? Just saying. I hope everybody wakes up before that happens. Look up at the stars, man. There's definitely a God. Don't let nobody fool you. Stop believing there's a God. You're going to stop believing in everything. I mean, how did we exist without a God? The most miracle is how did the biggest question is how does God exist? And I mean that's still the hardest question. I mean, without that, without that without that puzzle, without that one piece, it breaks up because there's just no way. There's just no way we can come from a Big Bang. You cannot throw a fucking puddle in the mud. And we are definitely more sophisticated than a watch or any type of freaking electronic cell phone or battery. This is actually less complicated than a cell phone. This is just a battery and a regulator, and can't make that from a fucking Big Bang. You can't get something out of nothing. We know that. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. My God, that's so good. Sorry, I'm enjoying the fast break. Mm. But I seriously don't understand how people can just. I mean, I do it. I do it. So I guess I can. I always love to second guess reality. I need to stop doing that though. Because there's no such thing as ghosts. I mean, unless you want to talk about demons or spiritual angel beings, but there's no such thing as ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, I mean, that's the only time you're going to get spooked is by a demon. And they can make moves, they can talk just like they can read your. I mean, I don't think they can read your thoughts. But if they've been around you for a while, they know what everybody sounded like, and they can certainly imitate everybody that they were around. And they know their personality, and they can mimic it just like they were them. But I'll warn you, anybody that has died on this planet won't be alive without being put back into a body. And not saying it's impossible, but just less likely than normal. Because it does say that the elect will actually, I think they obtain it across death. But for them to bother you I mean, I couldn't imagine them not, especially if you're heartbroken so much. So maybe, and I gotta say is maybe God would allow it. I don't know. The only thing is the laws always change because it's not my law. There's an actual almighty being that controls all these things, not me. And so, it's like, oh, I don't deserve to be forgiven. If I get forgiven and I get let up in heaven, it's because it's grace. It's called, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna be fully myself anymore. I don't know. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is a lot of people need to have a little bit of leeway. I try my best, but I'm so fed up. I'm just fed up with people just always taking advantage of every aspect. Period. It's like they suck up the oxygen while they walk through the room and stink it up like a turtle shell. Yeah. All I can say is I don't know how to deal with weird ass people, but I have to. I just wish that people would stop freaking killing one another because they disagree with one another. It's like, man, I didn't like what you said, but I'm not gonna kill you for it. Like, oh, you offended me. You offended me. Oh my god, it says my phone's at 4%. I better hurry up. 4%? What the fuck's wrong with my phone? It was plugged in. I just unplugged it. Oh shit, slippery as fuck. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, bastard. Plug in here, plug in there. You should be registering. Oh my god, is it even plugged into the wall?
It says it's plugged in. What the fuck? What the hell's going on with my phone? Okay, let's take it over to the fucking directly to the fucking thing. Huh, now it works. This must be wrong with the fucking, something wrong with the extension cord. Yep, I plugged it in twice. Something's wrong with the extension cord. Alright, figured it out, whatever. Like I knew it should fucking work. Man, I agree. There is no time in eternity. Like, what would you need your stopwatch for? I mean, where's the sun gonna rise, and what would you need to calculate? So, and then what would time actually be? I mean, think about it. You know, I mean, you just gotta like look outside the box a little bit on that topic. I mean, think about. Just think. I mean, you gotta think on how we all became into existence and how complex our how you say that? Molecular, whatever the hell, you know, the concept of our fabric of our body fluid or skin or the fabric of reality in general. There's no division of day and night when it comes when God said, "Let there be light." And what's really funny is you guys don't ever computate the fact that we actually move, like I said before, we move way slow in comparison to the rotation speed of the Earth, let alone the rotation speed of the universe, of our actually own galaxy. Because think about it. Our Earth spins at over 1,000 miles an hour. If you could move your arm at 1,000 miles an hour, you'd probably snap your wrist. You would break a bone in your body because you could not move your arm 1,000 miles an hour without causing a breakage in bone, because the G-forces would snap your bone. I mean, just think about it. Like, still move your arm, just snap your wrist, like moving it that fast. I really think about it. You know, we can't even barely support going 700 miles an hour, breaking a speed barrier from 0 to 700 or 0 to 600. Like, we can break the speed barrier. We spin faster than the speed barrier. Our Earth is spinning faster than the actual speed barrier, which is mind-boggling up on its own. And then you take into the equation that just day and night, you know, it's like, that's what I liked about that. You know, the devil created time. Well, technically it wasn't really the devil, it was the decision of Eve and Adam to eat the apple. And if you didn't look into it very closely enough, you can look and see exactly what happened. I mean, it doesn't say it, but you can read the thoughts of the minds of both characters of that story. And Eve was, and it says Eve's thoughts, but it never says Adam's thoughts. And you can only picture what Adam was thinking. If I don't eat this fruit, then I'm going to lose my wife. So he gave up life for his wife. And I think the devil knew that, the serpent. But there's also another scenario where my mind flips and thinks that possibly it's not just free will that did it, but I think it's free will no matter what way you look at it. It's always free will, especially if it's God keeping us alive. The only thing that causes life is God. And it's weird because just like a light bulb, you remove the spirit, you remove this, everything else doesn't work, because we work just like light bulbs. We need the spirit, the body, and then become a soul. And so without the force of the spirit, we would cease to exist. And I don't know how true it is, that there's actually a weight to it. There's a pressure that becomes weighted upon us, that when we die, we actually lift it up. We lose weight when we die. That might be the pressure of the spirit. And I Googled this, which I thought was funny. It's like, how many elements are there on the periodic table? And then they said there was this. Could there be any more elements? And like, nope, there's no more elements. And then all of a sudden there's a new one added. I mean, in the periodic table looks completely missing a whole bunch of elements. It looks like it's completely missing a whole bunch of elements that we just do not understand. Like, I mean, think about it. I mean, there could be a creature made out of something other than. I mean, if we don't know all the elements, then we don't know what could be created. Just imagine there could be creations out of other elements that we don't know, and God could probably create any new element He wants. I mean, He created all the elements so far. Why couldn't He create a brand spanking new one? That's why I think that it's possible that. So, I mean, of course, the Bible talks about celestial beings, and we have no idea what the chemical makeup of them and what elements make them up. I mean, think about it. If we're physical life forms, how would you be a celestial life form? And then how would you even scientifically test a celestial life form when they're not even visible? No, you don't even know how big they are. But if the Bible says they exist, and we know it's most likely they do, how do you test upon that? How do you even scientifically prove that they exist? I mean, it's impossible, just like it is impossible to determine how old something is or claim something's 1,000,000 years old when there's no way or a calculation to determine so. I mean, the rate of decay, I understand the concept. I could throw you for a loop here because I kind of understand the rate of decay, because the radiation levels drop and certain things at a certain rate. But you would never know the accuracy between 0 to 120 years, especially since that hasn't even been around for 100 years. So you wouldn't even know the rate of decay within 100 years. So how could you conclude that something's a million years old when your dating technology hasn't been proven beyond 100 years? It's never had something to compare itself to. It's only had a scientist say that it looks to be good. And I'm getting paid good money to say so. So I'm going to say it's so. All I got to say is science only proves the existence of God. It never disrespects it. Any times it disrespects the existence of God, you need to triple check it because it makes no damn sense otherwise. Anytime, because I mean, there's certain laws, there's certain things in our heart we know, unless you literally have a damaged frontal lobe, it have absolutely no empathy. But it's been proven that we all have it. Some of us just don't seem to know how to use it. I don't know. I mean, I think that your brain fixes itself, and I think our brain needs all those chemistry things. It's hard to believe that somebody can permanently be left with no empathy. No empathy at all. I mean, I think that would be an excuse for somebody to do something bad. But we do have a conscience, and you know that. And so my point is that bad feeling that you get when you're doing something like you don't want to do something, and it's not really a feeling like you're gonna get caught. It's a feeling that you know you can get away with it, but you just don't want to do it because it's wrong. That's called the conscience. And I know I got one. I know everybody was born with one. That's, I believe, is the core concept of the existence of God. Pretty much proof of the existence thereof. And just like I'd say this, instinct alone kind of proves there's a creator, a manipulator, in every single life form, there's some type of procreation type of mechanism that baffles the concept of reality, or actually baffles anybody that doesn't believe in the existence of God. And there's a reason. And even the guy that developed according to what I've read, I don't know how true, not read, but even watched, according to the actual physicist that came up with the Big Bang Theory of the possible aspects of the universe, and it's just a theory, by the way, it's not a factual moment in time. A lot of people want to believe in something that's just a theory. The theory of evolution, the theory of the Big Bang, the theory, but not the Bible. The Bible, oh, that's just a book, a really old book that nobody reads. I'm not lying. I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just saying that's what happens. There's a lot of good news in that end of that book, by the way. I just think the best part of the book is like the last two chapters. I would say is open up the end of the Bible and read the last couple pages, and you'll actually like the book just by reading the last few pages. In the beginning, God created the heavens, the earth, and then at the end, He makes things right. Good book. Now, is it going to be real? I certainly hope so. We're going to find out. Maybe not. Maybe us. I know our ancestors didn't find out, but they'll find out when they get resurrected, because that's what they were hoping for. A lot of people think death. Think about it. Death is nothing but the absence of the light bulb being turned off. And what is our concept of reality? Well, I just watched the movie Upload. We already know it. Writers have already written books and made TV shows. We know what the conceptual consciousness actually is. We're not stupid. We know what death is. We know the only thing that I would debate about is the clone they did in Upload. It wouldn't be the same person, and it wouldn't have a soul. I mean, technically, I know God can make that work if He wanted to. So it's not impossible. It's just not probable. Just that's my opinion. Not saying it's impossible, because all things are possible. I just highly doubt that He would cause that type of confusion. But He would definitely be a different living soul. It would not be the same exact person. And just like I would tell you this, and if you were to do it digitally and somebody were actually blow your head off and suck you up in an upload, you would not be you. You would actually be dead. A copy of you would be up on the upload. So you initially would have been a copy on the first upload. You would have died during the upload process. And your conscience, you'd have, and if it did this, see, the whole thing is you wouldn't have a spirit, so you just be a digital copy. If they were able to extract the memories like they say they did in the thing, which they can't do, and I highly doubt they're ever going to be before the end of this stuff. Think about the difference between our technology and wait a second. And that's another reason to understand the fact that, yeah, we're not alone in the universe. We were created. If you look at it, how beautiful and all, like Saturn ring. All those things that we look and the atmosphere. Are you trying to tell me that there's no? It's like somebody put flowers out in your front porch, and you're trying to tell me, looking at the moon and trying to say, oh, a big bang yeah, just all of a sudden, just a big bang, and we just happen to settle, and things start looking beautiful. Yeah, not only us, but Saturn and other rings. Other parts of the universe just start looking beautiful too, and everything just looks amazingly like perfect, and time just moves on, and it's just we just only exist in a figment of our own imagination. And we just came from lizards and apes, and we crawled out of the sea from nothing billions of years ago, and miraculously the dinosaurs didn't all get wiped out. We still ended up crawling out the sea. And when does the fucking nightmare ever end? Only the Father. And then a lot of people think that Jesus is the God. And then wait a second. He even says he died and came back to life, right? It doesn't make any sense. God wouldn't come in his own flesh and die for us. It's not possible. Why would he do so? Almighty God would have had to shut off the heavens and everything else, and then we already know the power. His soul would not fit in a human body, because he's the ultimate soul of the universe. And that's why even Jesus himself said, nobody knows the day or the hour, only the Father knows, nor does the Son know. Pretty much saying he don't know. So a lot of people think that he was saying, or everybody thinking that he was God in the flesh. No, little God. It does say little God in a lot of versions of translations, but that technically refers to as Lord or superior person, Savior. Pretty much a great and powerful person. So when it comes to anybody being worshipped, you don't worship the Son of Man, you worship God. And even Jesus said, worship God. He never wanted himself to be worshipped. Even the angels that preached to people never wanted the people that they were telling the stories to be worshiping the angel that was giving the message. Because God don't like anybody. He's a jealous and righteous God, but he's damn well earned his jealousy when it comes to somebody given a bow to. Because from what he did and how much stuff he went through for us, he deserves every moment and glory of that. The fact that you can hear this and understand that is only because of him. Everything exists and it's a mirror reflection upon itself because of him, from my understanding. It's hard to fathom, but it's how it is. I mean, it's hard to kind of wrap your mind around it all, but it really is how it is. I'm not lying to you. He created all things. He created the sun. He created every star. He does it a lot faster than we can think. Like I said about how fast we move in this universe. That's a fraction of a second compared to it. That's what I'm thinking. He lives a day. It's only a comparison. And I really believe that a day to God is probably 1,000,000 years. It's just said it in the Bible as 1,000. They probably couldn't fit the zeros. I mean, I really believe it could be a lot larger. They just didn't feel like putting all the zeros behind that 1,000. Because it could easily be 1,000,000 years as one day to God is one day to God to us. But in biblically speaking terms, it matches up very closely to how long Adam lived. So I think that it's probably accurate in comparison to what God meant when he said that in the day of you eating it, you are going to surely die. Within the day of you eating it, and they lived almost 1,000 years old. So within the day, could it have been 2,000 years a day? Could it have been 1,000,000? It could. But within the day, we don't know within the day how long a day. Did they die within the hour of the day? Well, we can only speculate. We don't know exactly how long the actual day. But it doesn't say it says is like 1,000 years. It just gives a comparison. It never says the definition of exactly what they know to be a day. So never confuse that. Never overestimate that, because most certainly, I guarantee it's probably a lot larger in comparison. Still doesn't feel like I'm moving like 1,000 miles an hour, but I am. I mean, a lot faster than that if you realize I'm on a rocket ship moving with the sun around the Milky Way, which is astronomically insane that we would have never known in the Bible. It never even said that, but yet we know it by looking at the observable universe. Yeah, he never did. That's right. I don't think he did. I mean, that's crazy though. I mean, think about that. I mean, how quickly. I mean, how. I mean, think about how fast COVID affected us. And they're saying that they got people lined up right now, and they're prepping us, just like they did with COVID. You remember back when COVID was prepped? Like, it's right now we're prepped. They're prepping us again for another catastrophe. They already know it's going to happen. They're just going to let us know in a slower period of time, give us a couple weeks. So by the about the middle of next month, we're going to have a lot of catastrophic catastrophes, a lot of distractions, because they don't want Donald Trump to be president. They want us to fucking keep Joe Biden. But Joe Biden, we already know he's a puppet. He can barely walk upstairs. I was like, I've never fallen upstairs, but he can do it 2 times in a row in 1 second. But not only that, he's just a corrupt politician. He's been a corrupt politician his whole entire career. He literally, nobody ever talks about that. That's why I'm just amazed he's even president. It's like, how could you be the most corrupt politician in the history of the American people, and the people don't look at your record? They just vote against somebody that you are spamming. How? How do you generate so much hate for somebody that actually is trying to help America? From, I don't know, from my perspective, I mean, I really don't believe anything I hear or read, but I take everything as a grain of salt, and I look at it and I see how believable it is. And I know for a fact Trump's not no saint, but I know for a fact Joe Biden ain't one either. I mean, I don't think anybody on this planet's a saint that I know. I've never met one. I'm just like, I just don't think I've never met one. There's got to be some. At least I hope there's some. Nobody is getting their blue beam direct. I know, right? Man, it's just kind of irritating that a lot of people think that they know everything and they like save you, like, oh, I'm gonna just pray for you and everything's gonna be all right. That's not how it works. In my opinion, that's just not how it works. It's not as simple as that. It's simple. Don't get me wrong. It's just not as simple as, oh, I love you, God, save me. And no, it's not as simple as that. It takes a little bit more work than that. You know, just pretty much you got to ask and do. You got to make sure that you're not evil. Get rid of all the hate, because hate ain't ever going to make it anywhere. That's it. I really think that that kind of is the most important thing, is if you hate somebody right now, you better stop hating them, because hate is going to definitely get you not where you need to go. Not where you want to go anyways. I mean, but it's not as easy as like, oh, forgive me for hating. It's like, there's not one person I can think I don't hate. I hate what's going on, but that should be normal. You should not hate, or you should not be loving the things in the world or the world. As if you love this fucking place, if you think it's amazing, if you don't want it to change for the better, then you're a lost cause. If you really don't, if you love this the way things are, You're gonna have to change that mentality. It ain't gonna work. I mean, common sense says that because we already know, our conscience says things ain't right here. This is not how it's supposed to be. I mean, just, it feels like we're not in the right place. It never feels like we're in the right place. You never feel like you belong anywhere. That's because we don't belong here. We don't belong in this planet. I mean, none of us do. This planet it became it's a testing ground. Kinda. For an alien creator. I mean, technically, that's simply what it is. If you looked outside the box and you didn't see, if you didn't know what the heck you're coming into, getting outside of it, you'd feel like we were being experimented upon. But but even the government wants to manipulate. But the only reason they collect our data is to make money and or to control us or manipulate us. And a lot of things, that's what they're doing. The only thing that's freaking baffling my mind is what Israel has decided to do, which is kind of weird. I just never thought Israel would ever do what they're doing. But I mean, it did say that things were going to get really bad and confusing, but it's just not this confusing. Because but that's not. I don't even know if he even believes in God. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird to know things, but this is actually a loop throw for me, to be honest with you. I mean, this Israel thing is kind of. I mean, it does say there's going to be rumors, and I know this is kind of like a potential eye opener. Like, you got to look, like maybe this is that seven, and then they come up with this 7 years thing, and then within that 7 years, there's this false prophet that pops up guaranteeing to do all this stuff, and then he's the one that desolation of, and that could happen within the next 7 years after this, and I don't think that it could. Maybe we're actually in the middle of the 7 year period, and this is the last final 3 years, because it talks about there being a huge thing, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of confused. We're just probably in some mix of something that I'm not aware of. I'm trying to think that I know something, which I don't. I'm only taking what I know, basing it on the facts that I'm aware of, hoping I'm not missing something. Because I'm not gonna tell you I know something that I don't know. Unless I actually get like a revelation from God Himself, I will tell you. But I have not, and I highly doubt I will. Just highly doubt I will. I just don't think it. And for some me, I'm not like those other guys that would actually fucking do that and fucking say, "Oh, I know God," and blah blah blah. Send me $100 and I'll forgive your sins. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do that. Never gonna do that. No, because I can't forgive sins. Yeah, and especially since God does it for free, why would I charge money? Makes no freaking sense. Anybody charging you money to forgive your sins is a crooked mother fudger. And all those people will be held accountable in the end. I mean, death is a deep sleep. Hell was meant for the people that he gave internal spirits to. I mean, I think he made them actually eternal spirits, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm only speculating because I don't know the scientific aspects of Almighty Creator God. All I know is there is an Almighty Creator God because it makes no other sense otherwise. Just like we don't live in a flat earth because it makes no sense otherwise. Because mathematically speaking, we can find that out for ourselves. Literally driving from the top end of the country to the Florida or going to New York, looking at the moon, taking a jet to Florida and taking the moon, and the measurements would add up, like I said, as two measurements from a spherical surface from the distance that the moon actually traveled in the distance of the moon. But no matter what, it wouldn't pan out to be flat. I highly doubt it would. I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder of, and especially where you're pointing in a marker at too. It's like, I mean, somebody would have been like, "Oh, I'm going to point at the middle of the moon here and point at the middle of the moon there." Well, of course, it's going to give a flat accuracy if you're pointing central at it. I think it would. I don't know. Would it? Would it actually make it flat, or would it still be? Would it still prove to be spherical? No, it would be distance. It would be a different distance because of the rotation of the moon and the rotation of the Earth. It would be a slightly different spherical distance, no matter what, because you would actually be going down a circle and aiming directly in the middle. It would be a slightly different distance, immeasurable because of how big the moon is. And if you have the right contraption, you would definitely, or the right measurement tool, you would actually get the accurate distance, and it would be a curved distance if you looked at the math right, but you'd have to calculate it correctly too. But if you're looking for the flat answer and that's what you're expecting and you're always trying to calculate two, it's pretty much like saying you don't know what x is and you're trying to find x and you're expecting it to be a certain value. You're going to try your best to try to determine how to find that right value, which could actually ruin your experiment. So you got to keep an open mind. You're not making an experiment that's going to destroy your exploration of truth. Good to see you, James, and Kitty XOXO. I'm happy you guys are hanging out. How are you guys doing? I'm tired of talking about reality, or actually over reality, and I'm like an exponentially insane. It's like I can't prove. I mean, it's really funny is you can. It's like it's the only thing I'm gonna end it here. It's like I can't prove air exists unless I blow smoke at you. You can't see it, but you know it's there. I mean, it's like I'm trying to blow God at you and you guys don't know. But yeah, similar concept. Um, and there's several different invisible elements like glass. There's glass, plastic, which we actually created. There is water, which is not completely transparent to a certain degree, but is more transparent than a lot of elements. Oxygen, air, so many different types of gases: hydrogen, oxygen, helium. I can go on and on. But I think that they might actually all be, in a way, transparent. In a way, transparent. Not visually or light penetrating transparent, but they're transparent in a way. I mean, I think everything's transparent in a way. It's just, we just don't understand how to conceive it or explain it because we don't have the brain to computate that shit. Astrophysics. Yeah, many elements on asteroids. Comments. Now, most comments are iron, from my understanding, though, which is kind of cool. I mean, I think it's kind of neat. It's like iron. I didn't realize that iron was so abundant in the universe. But yeah, most asteroids, and it's like when my mom found a whole bunch of freaking burnt things that looked like they were like asteroids. When it wasn't asteroids, it was actually some really old smelting operation from iron. And I forgot it was called slab stuff. It was like slab. It was like slab stuff. It was like leftover smelting stuff. I thought it was pretty cool that I found out a lot about, like iron. What most comments and stuff are made out of, almost like 80% to 70% iron. And then if they're a real asteroid, if you actually found an asteroid rock, it's going to be magnetic 90% of the time. Although occasionally we end up with something with a lot of zinc or nickel in it, and they're not magnetic. According to what I looked at, it's really rare to find one that's not iron. So I thought that was kind of intriguing, which is, why is iron so relevant? And then if you read like certain things, you realize iron is it is an extremely abundant element on this planet. So I think it's pretty funny. And it's actually the most magnetic element too. Actually, you know what? The comets are normally ice. Okay, well, they're very similar, but asteroids are the ones that are actually on the asteroid belt and stuff like that. I mean, I don't. Let's just say I'm not an astrophysicist and I don't know everything, but from my understanding, it's the comets, that the ones that are made out of ice, that have their tails. And those are the ones that you can actually see from a huge distance. I mean, I know that you'll probably believe me when I say back in 1998, I actually must have seen, and I mean, I'm still trying to debate, and I talked to my dad, and I've told people about my experience when I had a old-fashioned camcorder that I borrowed from a friend, and I was up in an orchard, and I literally was and I saw a huge ass. It was about October. It was September to October. It was around there. It was around my birthday. I was almost going to be turning 20 years old. And I saw this big old flash of lightning in the sky while I was trying to fix the camera, because I wanted to see if I could pick up the stars. I just wanted to record the stars. There was supposed to be a cool, like, meteor shower, which never occurred
from my understanding. Either that or I was just so distracted from what happened, I didn't care about the meteor shower. I just got a freaking huge ass show that it looked like the Starship Enterprise that just flew over the whole entire sky, that took up, probably in my estimation, it took up about 35% of the sky, and they were big, and it was cool. I mean, it went by so fast that all I seen was in the distance, gone. Never hit the ground, never made any noise, so it couldn't have hit the atmosphere. And there was still a trail behind all of the two sides behind it. Like I said, it looked like a Starship Enterprise. So it was like a big comet with two ones right next to it. Like, it was a big star, and I'll never forget it. It was amazing. Nobody else reported it, nothing like that. It was like I was like the only one that seen it. It's pretty weird, in my opinion. But, I'm not lying. I have no reason to lie, but it was never, nobody ever mentioned it. Nobody ever said anything. It was really only lasted like 30 seconds, and the reminiscing like trail only lasted for probably like a minute or less. And I even, after that, I didn't even care about trying to get the camera to work. I was like, ain't nobody gonna believe me anyways. But I mean, the camera broke way before that even happened. I mean, it was like I literally was working on the camera for probably like over a minute before I noticed the whole entire sky light up like lightning. And then I looked up and noticed that. So it's really hard for somebody to catch that when they're busy doing something like, where it would be like maybe one other or two other people would have noticed it besides me. So, anyways, and it was really, really, really freaking amazing. Once in a lifetime experience, because I've never seen something that big and that freaking spectacular and that silent going through our atmosphere at that speed. Not even our atmosphere, excuse me. It wasn't our atmosphere, because if it hit our atmosphere, I would have heard something. And you would have noticed it. The trail would have been a different color. It wouldn't have stayed blue. There would have been some red due to friction and heat. But it was always blue the whole entire time. So, and I'm almost certain, I know for a fact it was 1998. Because I just got my car. I mean, now wait a second. It could have been 1999. Either way, it was in between those 2 years. It could have been November 1990. No, man, it's probably November 1999 because I don't think I just recently got my car. Yeah, definitely 1999 or 2000. Anyways, it was one of those years where I lived in, to be honest with you, it's somewhere around those 2 years. Because in 2000, I was working. So it could have been 2000. And when I was 19, I was working. So no, I didn't start working until I was, in 2000, I was working. So it had to have been in 1999 or 1998. So there's some very minimum, very minimum. And that moved so fucking quick that I don't think even satellites could have caught it. I mean, it literally, the fast as when I seen the flash, I looked up and I only caught the end of it from a distance, and it was gone straight away. So if you look up at the sky and you look and you see a cloud from one end of the horizon to the other, do you guys realize that from one end of the horizon to the other end how long of a distance that is. Depending on how far away the object is, you the clouds, like literally from one end to the other, I'm pretty sure it's almost, I mean, if they're in the clouds spectrum, like, but that's still like almost 500 miles, I think. 400 miles? I can't remember. I've never done the calculation, but it's pretty big. I mean, we can see a lot farther than we can actually, like in the clouds. You can see the clouds coming from. I mean, let me look and see what Google says. It's got to be around somewhere around 500 or more. How far away can we, somebody Google it? How far away can we see clouds? But this was in the atmosphere, or above the atmosphere. So if you could see a star or the moon, which we already know how far away the moon is, and this was definitely farther away than the moon. It had to have been, because if it was in our atmosphere, what Chernobyl did, what that one, not what was it called, that one meteor in 2013 that hit Russia, the one that freaking wiped out and killed people. This one was probably 50 times, 100 times bigger. I mean, it was probably could have wiped us off the map for how big this thing was. And it literally was, it looked like, woof. It was a quick glimpse. Like it flew right overhead. Woof. With 2 stars. And when I looked up, I seen the tiny ones that made it look like the big one had a starship. That's why it looked like a Starship Enterprise, but it was just a meteor with 2 other ones flying identically the same size right next to each other, which proves to me, now if one was bigger than the other, then I would say, oh, okay, well that makes more sense. But no, they were uniformly, it was too precise and too precision and too cool looking to not be made by God. Just like the moon, oh my God, how it came from an explosion. I mean, that's why I look at the universe and look at the stars and look at the stuff on planet Earth and say, hey, if this stuff came from a boom, and then I don't know what I'd be really terrified. What else could come from this? The next one. I can imagine that shit. 6 to 10 miles. I don't need to Google. No, I think it's a lot farther, because I know for a fact if I look over at my dad's house and I look down at the hills, I know for a fact those hills that I can see where the freeway is going into another city is at least 80 miles away. I mean, not 80, but at least 35 miles away. I mean, 35 miles away, because it's 10 miles there. No, it'd be 15, wouldn't it? Let me see. It'd be 15. I mean, that's just looking down at the road and looking between the mountains. I'm not looking at the clouds coming over it. You're going to be able to see the clouds coming over the hills before they even get over the hills. Way before they get over the hills. I mean, that's just what I'm trying to figure out how much of a view did I have. But I seen the trails. The trails were, once I seen the lightning, it felt like lightning, but silent lightning. There was no noise. So that's what flipped me out. I was in the middle of an orchard, and I mean, it was pitch freaking black and everything was dark. And all of a sudden it, boom, the whole entire sky lit up for a while, and then got slightly dimmer. Well, pretty much it just went flash really bright because it was right overhead, And then it just got, and I looked up. I literally didn't notice anything other than, holy, what? Looked up and I noticed it. And that's when I was like, go figure, the camera doesn't work. Because it would have been cool as fucking hell if I actually recorded the evidence. And it's not, yeah. Stupid fucking camera didn't want to work that day. I couldn't even get it to work that day. At all. I didn't get it to work after that, and I got it to work for a second. A couple days ago I did, and then later on I got it to work, but not that day. It would not frickin' play. It was like the damn thing was jammed, and all of a sudden it just started fucking working. A couple days later. It was weird. I don't even know what the hell I did. I was like, just fucking technology. It was one of those old magnetic tape fucking recorders that looked like a freaking video set from. It was a high quality camera that my friend I borrowed from. It was over $1,000 device. But I mean, I don't know. I was afraid to tinker too much with it because it wasn't mine, and I didn't want to have to buy my friend a new camera. You don't blame me? I don't blame you either. It's like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I ain't going to make it worse by trying to fix it. All I can say is, and that was a really cool experience, and I'm disappointed that nobody else seen it. And so it's literally my word against anybody else's. Like, oh, that isn't possible. And now I guarantee you that somebody else has probably seen something similar, and this probably happens quite often. And it's like, you know what? How are you gonna see? And the question, and they actually miss these all the time. Like, they never had no idea that meteorite from Chernobyl or the Russian meteorite that actually hit Earth. And I literally just seen it. It had to have been not a meteorite. It had to have been a comet. I seen a comet that we had no idea about. I seen a comet pretty much 30 years ago exactly. Around this time. 30 years ago in the orchard. It wasn't this cold, so it was probably early October or early end of, no, because there were still leaves on the trees. There were still leaves on the trees, so it had to have been the end of probably August. And it was in the orchard. They haven't picked them yet. So no, I don't even think there was any. So it was in the middle of, it was probably in the middle of September. Or August, I mean, not September. September they pick apples. And there was no ballots that I can recall. Anyway, I don't know. I'm going to ramble on about this shit forever. It ain't going to change. It ain't going to change whether you guys believe me or not. I quit drinking Hurricane made by Budweiser. I switched to Earthquake. Earthquake still made by Budweiser, by the way. I mean, from my understanding, I think they are. I drank a Earthquake, and I was like, ugh. It tasted so horrible. I was like, fuck. I couldn't. I'll never drink another one. It was just, not only that, it got me too drunk too fast, and so it gave me a really bad headache. That's why I drink the Hurricane, because it's not. I just drink it slow. I literally get way more alcohol for the same price from the same brand. I mean, they're not run by the same company. They're owned by it, but they're not ran. Even though it's Budweiser, Bush, whatever. But they're still separate companies organized by one corporate company. Thankfully, they didn't put some transgender hurricane symbol on my beer can, which would make me want to puke already, since it doesn't taste extremely well. But it's a lot better and a lot more affordable than I go to the store and I get a 6-pack of 16-ounce cans for 4 times more. Actually, see, what was it? $14? $14 for a 6-pack? Or no, was it? Yeah, it was $14 for a 6-pack of 16. And, or no, almost, what was it? I mean, what was that, the 18-pack? All I can say is it definitely was like $5 fucking more for way less content. Consumptional wise. I mean, you get more, actually, I think, yeah, you get more fluid and you get more aluminum out of the way that I'm doing it here. But in Oregon, holy crap, in Oregon, it's more expensive at most places. But they don't have the tax. But it's just harder for the smaller stores to get it. So they don't make a lot of money on it, so they try to charge a little bit more, which they have to make their money. But it tastes so much. I mean, if unless they got it fresh, sometimes if you get these fucking cans when they're a year old and you drink a hurricane that's a year old, look at the bottom of the can. It literally has a date mark. See it? If I can get the reflection off of this bitch, it's right there. If you can read that. Anyways, there's a date, and that's right when it came off the production line. If it's a year past that date, when it's sitting on the shelf, they put a lining inside the can when they bottle it up and they put it in the can. Once it gets past that one date, or right before that date, the aluminum starts to bleed into the actual fluid. And this goes for soda and every type of soft drink, especially soda. This is less acidic, from my understanding, than soda pop. So soda would probably be faster or even more likely to have the flavor, but you would be less likely to taste it. I mean, just thinking about it, because I've drank old soda and I didn't taste nothing. Because it's so sweet, it blocks out the taste. And aluminum isn't going to be that bad to you. The only time aluminum becomes really bad for you is if it goes into your lungs. It can cause, well, if you eat a lot of it, it can actually cause a lot of problems in your mental health and your physical health. But I don't know all I gotta say is drinking anything out of an aluminum can is probably not a good idea. Too much aluminum is bad. It's not. Aluminium. I mean, if you're from Australia. I like the way they pronounce it. Aluminium. Aluminium. Aluminum. I don't know which one. I don't know which one I like best. No, I don't let my kids drink soda. It's like I drink soda to mix with poison. Only time I drink soda is when I mix it with poison. Because why not mix poison with poison? I mean, it sounds like a good idea, especially if you're gonna drink it. I mean, when I drink whiskey at my dad's house, that's the only time I freaking drink poison soda pop. I mean, I tell my kids, it's like, it's not like freaking soda pop. It's like literally, you know what CO2 is, right? You know, if you actually wouldn't survive 1 minute in a container filled with CO2, you would be dead, flat out dead. I mean, and maybe if you can hold your breath for 1 minute, but yeah. And somewhere around a minute or 2 minutes or whatever, you're going to be dead. You're not going to live very long in a container full of CO2 gas. CO2 is what we breathe out. I mean, it's not carbon dioxide. No, wait, it's not carbon monoxide, it's carbon dioxide. Carbon monoxide is the byproduct that our cars expel from burning fuel. We expel CO2 when we burn oxygen. Trees breathe in carbon dioxide. They don't particularly like carbon monoxide, but I think they do actually process some of it. I'm not sure. I can't remember in that particular science experiments or the test, but let me know. I don't know for sure if the trees do it, if they pronounce, but monoxide is what's really deadly gas. Carbon dioxide is what we do as CO2, and we breathe that out in small quantities, and it's normally mixed in with our oxygen all the time at a really small ratio, to the point where we can literally breathe in and out and not have it affect us. But carbon monoxide is even more poisonous, and so even a higher volume of that in our concentrated area, and it doesn't smell, has no odor, and it can kill us very silently. Okay, so let me go back to what I was talking about earlier, which I'm trying to freaking figure out what the hell I was trying to talk about when it comes to those gases. I forgot what my goal was on explanation. I mean, I made my point on one part of it, but I forgot what the fuck I was actually trying to come to a conclusion to. Remind me if you guys can remember. I mean, I know that soda pop, it comes from soda pop, but I think I was kind of just relating to the point that soda pop comes from CO2, maybe. I mean, that's probably what it was. I know there might have been, because I probably had another idea about how dangerous those gases are. But simply put, soda pop is made from the CO2 gas. And that CO2 gas is why that compressed gas that they make it out of, and the reason why they use it is because atmospheric pressure, and they can carbonate with CO2 gas. You can do it. I'm sure they can do it with O2 and not just CO2. But I'm pretty sure CO2 and then they both, I mean, CO2 does not have any oxygen in it. I mean, pretty much our atmosphere is CO2 and, the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. It's mixed in pretty on. I mean, I don't know. It's just randomly over there. That's what they're always complaining about. Greenhouse effect. All these gases, but most of them freaking go up into our atmosphere and probably go out in outer space. But we don't know. We're 100% sure. We are always freaked out about the ozone layer shit. Remember back in the day about the ozone layer, about the freon shit? They got rid of the freon. The freon was actually causing a problem. We changed freon gases several fucking times, and they charge an outrageous fee to do so. Yeah, I haven't heard about the ozone in a long fucking time. It must be doing pretty good, or it doesn't exist anymore. Either it's something not to worry about, or it's something to be like, oh shit, we fucked up the ozone. They don't want to emit it anymore. All I gotta say is it's either one way or another. You're gonna like it or you're gonna hate it. That's why I just hope that, I mean, I wish that Google would stop fucking censoring me when I start freaking talking my mind, because everybody should be able to talk how they feel. Because if you can't, then we don't live in America. We live in fucking communist China. And we don't want to live in communist China. We like to be able to make whoever call anybody Winnie the Pooh we want. I mean, wait, that's not China that doesn't like to be called Winnie the Pooh. That's North Korea. But I certainly wouldn't want to live there either. But all I gotta say is those people need to realize how fun it is to have a country where people can actually do and say what they please and have a free understanding in elections and all sorts of stuff. How about this? Maybe you don't need elections if you actually are a good leader. Prove that somebody can actually be a good leader and move it on. How about that? Wouldn't that be amazing? I mean, I've seen that potentially work out in the Bible. When you have a king that's an amazing king with good morals and shit, you end up with a good freaking kingdom. It happens. Nothing's impossible. It's like you don't live very fucking long if you didn't realize that. We live this long. This is the size of our existence compared to the universe. Let's just say my eye is the universe. Our whole entire existence is less than the size of my internal pupil. I mean, and then literally my eyeball is a tiny, like literally, we are microscopic dust. And we can't even, if we actually stood outside the universe at the farthest point, we couldn't even see us on the most sophisticated electromagnetic telescope we have today. And I bet you a scientist would agree with me. Any scientist would agree with me. Because at that vantage point, we would be smaller than any molecule in the existence of humanity. I mean, even if we went outside of our own Milky Way, we would visually be that much smaller than. I mean, you can see it in the telescope all the way to Neptune. We look like a tiny speck of dust, and they actually got visual proof of how small we were at literally what? I think it was less than 100 light years, or even less than 1 light year. I mean, our Milky Way is not even like what, 20 light years or something like that? I don't know. I have to Google. I don't know how they measure. They measure this by light years because it takes light traveling and blah, blah, blah. But all I know is they actually finally did measure light on a YouTube channel, which I thought was really cool with a laser. They got really cool technology. I was able to take several pictures. And I believe that they actually finally did it. And it mapped up to what scientists said what it was. It was pretty fucking cool. And now they're saying nothing's faster than the speed of light, but yet I've heard quite a few people mention something that's faster than the speed of light. Okay, Premiere, have a great night. Yeah, you too, EMS Birdie. Carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, yeah. Poison, are you sure? No, my kids are with their mom right now. They're she came over from out of state and she went and their baby mama's visiting with their kids to this weekend. So, which I think is pretty cool for her, even though I don't like her whatsoever. She has no empathy whatsoever, but at least she's coming up to see her kids. And no matter how much I dislike how she treats the kids and how it all turns out, I have to deal with it because she's the mama. And the kids ain't gonna lose their mom because of me. Not taking my kids' mom away. I don't care how much I don't like her, but
I'd have to deal with it, man. It's just what it has to do. It's what you got to do. What you got to do, and that sometimes you have to do what you don't want to do, and you don't got to know that what's right is right. And it's like, you know what? You're only a kid once. The kids have plenty of time to grow up after they turn 18. I mean, I'm just. It's like, anyways, point is, never take your kids away from their mom unless it's absolutely necessary, or their father unless it's absolutely necessary, because their kids need to have both parents, and they need to have a very lot of amount of time with their kids. And if they don't want to have no part of it, shame on the father, not the kids. Shame on the mother and not the kids. You know, you have to want. I mean, if you can't force something like that, forced contact is going to just lead to weird situations. And they need to be honest. If they don't want to spend time with their kids, they just need to let it go, which is heartbreaking, but it's better than fake time and messing up a kid's head. You don't want to do that ever. So whatever you do, don't ever lie about what you care about, especially when it comes to the kids. If you don't care about your kids, don't lie about it. You're gonna mess up the kids because they're gonna think that you love them. People are gonna think, and then you just don't really spend or even focus on them, and it's gonna break their heart. And you don't want to do that to a kid. You know, imagine that somebody might have done it to you, but let's reverse that fucking shit and let's not let it happen to them. Maybe you can overcome it and actually be a good person to your kids. Focus on something that's, instead of a PS4, maybe a kid. I mean, that's kind of why I stopped doing a lot of video games and stuff. Even though I did play a lot of video games when I had my kids, but you can't really expect to sit there 99% of the time with your kids. I don't expect that. Nobody's going to do that. But you got to give your kids attention. I mean, every second, man, I mean, it was enjoyable. They fall asleep on me all the time. You don't even know. There's a lot of time I didn't spend with them, but they were there with me. Just, I don't know. It's something that you got to think about. Yeah, it's like I kind of wish that I spent more time because they're old and I can't go back in time and spend more time with their ages because I miss those days. Those days are gone. You know, it's like damn. You know, it's like you kind of like realize like, wow, I cannot believe my kids are all almost over 10 years old. It's just insane on how much time has flown by so quickly. Quicker than you'd ever imagine. Because my kids, I only got 8 more. I cannot believe I went through so much damn time with these kids. Like, you know, and the time I hated the most wasn't the diaper changing. It was in between that. Back when the worst time was probably the terrible threes. I guess it's probably called terrible threes and fours. Back when they shit in their diaper and take the diaper off and throw it somewhere where I couldn't find it. They would hide it sometimes and pretend like they didn't do nothing wrong with shit hanging down their leg. Like, where'd you put your diaper? My God, I'll never forget the nightmares. But you know what? I have to say, it was probably, and my mom didn't stay with me at the time, so I was by myself. You know, my mom didn't stay with me until she pretty much she had an injury that got her out of work. She wasn't able to work, and now she's been with me for a couple years because she can't work. You know, and now it's like I have no extra money. Well, she was working when she was here, but you know, anyways, it became that hard. And she don't have no money, and I don't have a lot of money, and then fucking everything's going up in price, so it's so freaking insane. And if I had to buy diapers right now, I'd be fucking ripping my head off because they're extremely expensive. Because yeah. Anyways, baby mama's got two other kids. Thankfully, they're not mine. Well, I mean, they're really good kids. I'm kind of. I mean, they're good kids because they're not my kids. But I mean, like I said, you guys already know that Hunter's not my biological son, but he's still my son. I mean, he is my son. Isn't biological. I really just hate that fucking word because technically we're all fucking biologically related. I wish you guys would fucking stop with that bullshit, or me, because I brought it up. Because we're all fucking biologically related. If you didn't realize it, we really are. We all breathe air. We all fucking eat food. And we all shit fucking nasty stuff sometimes. Sometimes worse than some others times. We breathe in and out. Oh, wait. And guess what? Our blood is the same exact color. So, I think we might be related. And I wish that we would start respecting one another like we were family. And treating each other like we were. Like, for real. Like, I'll spank your motherfucking son. Wait, your son's 36 years old? I don't give a fuck. I'll spank his ass. He needs a spanking. 36 years old, spanking an adult. Oh, I'm going to end up in jail. This is going to be fun. Let me join the party. Not going to work. I mean, all I'm saying is not going to work. I mean, I'm sure I can probably spank his ass, but I'm not going to freaking do that shit. And all I got to say is people just need to realize their mistake. When you turn 18 years old, you don't need no. I'm gonna have to spank my kids right before midnight on that day of their 18th birthday because I can legally do so. After that midnight, no more spanking. But pinch to grow an inch. But all I gotta say is the point is people should be able to look at somebody's visual concepts and their facial expressions and understand no means fucking no. And it's like I've noticed I've never had any issues with people, but I've had old people act like kids a lot. And it's like, what the fuck, man? How could you go in court or how could you be disrespectful in a situation where respect is the most proper way to handle yourself? I mean, when you go to a legal issue and you go to a thing, you have to be respectful. There's no room for error. I mean, you have to hold your composure as much as you possibly can, depending on whatever the verdict is. but it's gotta be straight up understandable, which I really don't like about this system. Because there isn't a lot of leeway for an emotional person that doesn't know how it works to verbally explain clearly the situation that's went down. So all you got is a clearly reliable, most probably, I mean, well, it could be the most accurate solution, but it's the most clearest visible, could be, or a altered perception of a non-existence threat. It's sad. It's sad to fucking say that actually's got to happen more times than not. I mean, but I've actually seen some really good CPS workers that don't appear to be, it's not, doesn't seem, they don't seem to be in it, but they might have just done that for me to recently see how they weren't. I don't know. All I gotta say is I keep an open mind and I believe what I see, but I also keep my eye open. Don't trust anybody. Period. You have a constitutional right for your privacy. Don't let them in your fucking house. Ever. Unless they got a search warrant. Period. This way, you not only have their report, but you'll be able to counteract it with a police report. So you not only have two different reports to coincide, and so I want a different opinion so you can get your fucking search warrant. No, you don't need to be in my house. I haven't done anything wrong or I haven't done anything illegally. You're not an agency that's able to go, and it's like, I know you're feel for the kids' safety. You can talk to the kids. That's fine. I don't recommend you hiding the kids from CPS. I think that you should definitely give them at least a little bit of leeway to talk to them and do whatever the fuck they want. I don't think they're gonna hurt your kids. If they fucking did, I'd freak the fuck out for real. But no, I just don't let them in your home because I already know that they exaggerate everything they see. They'll reword it whatever fits their needs, especially if it's to gain a temporary order. It's like, no, fuck you. I just say no, don't need to come in my house. It's already a mess. I mean, don't be mean to the people. Don't whatever you do. Don't be disrespectful to them. They're just doing a job. They're getting paid for it. Don't be disrespectful. Just say no. That's it. Just whatever you do, don't be disrespectful to the person. Don't put it off on them because they're just workers. They're getting paid by the hour. No reason to escalate a reason for them to make fake accusations. Don't be a dumbass. I mean, because they certainly can make fake accusations. Be an asshole, they're going to do so. They could. I wouldn't if I was working that way. I'd be like, well, there's an asshole, but I didn't see nothing that I was concerned about. But I'm gonna make something else because they pissed me off. Oh, they called me a dirty fucking blah blah blah. But you work in that kind of position, you shouldn't let those things hurt you ever. End of story. Don't ever. Just be courteous to everybody. You go to the supermarket. What are you gonna do? You didn't have no fucking eggs, bitch. Oh, we have extra eggs. I can help you get. Well, I mean, we were just in the.
Oh, you don't have no fucking eggs, bitch. I mean, think about it. How stupid could you be? You go to the clerk and be like, "Hey, did you find everything?" Yeah, yeah. I was trying to find some eggs, but you didn't have any eggs. And then the clerk says, normally, oh well, we have some in stock. Oh, they're coming right here. Here you go, sir. Here's a whole carton of eggs. What size would you like? Oh, thank you so much. But no, you're too mad that you couldn't get your eggs when you wanted your eggs in your cart, but you got them when you left. And the whole point is, everybody jumps to a negative fucking conclusion. They want to rip somebody's head off when they don't get what they want or they think they need. Because we lived off of it. We lived without eggs for a long fucking time. Eggs are a benefit. Why the fuck are you mad at not having eggs at this fucking moment? I mean, I always buy eggs before I need eggs. Once I see I'm at about a carton left, I buy a 5 dozen pack of eggs. Because the eggs will last almost 2.5. I think I've never had an egg go bad, to be honest with you. I have never thrown away an egg because it was rotten. I've had milk go bad in 2 months, but I've never had an egg go bad. That's why I always buy a 5 dozen stack of eggs. When I get down to less than, when I get down to the second layer, when I'm down to pretty much 3.5 dozen eggs or less, I buy another stack. And I move it around. I mean, since I reorganized the fridge, I made it a little bit more. I make it like I have to have like a dozen left because they don't fit very well. But either way, the point is like I don't care about your eggs. I just care about the room in the fridge. It's like you guys don't even understand how annoying life is. I mean, you're worried about fucking eggs. It's like I pay all these fucking bills, or my mom washes random, well, not really fucking random, just washes clothes all the fucking time, small loads, big loads. It's like, I know exactly how much it costs me. I've already done all the math back in the day. Every single load costs me $7 to $8. I mean, you could only do 7 to 8 loads per day because it takes 20 minutes to wash and it takes 60 to 80 minutes to dry. So you only have about 8 to 9 loads per day you can actually do. But that full load of laundry without outside hanging on the line, if you hang it on the line, that saves you about 70%, which I've already calculated. But anyways, it's still fucking an extremely expensive fucking ordeal. I mean, I got a Whirlpool, and I know that bitch is going to last until I'm dead. That's why I bought the used one. It was like somebody's like, "Oh, so you're selling a Whirlpool? Oh wait, and you're buying an upgrade? Woohoo! Lucky you." Hopefully they're buying a new Whirlpool because I wouldn't downgrade and buy something less better. I mean, I was upgrading to nothing to something, and they were upgrading to something better. I just don't understand what it could have been because they already had the best washing machine and dryer that you could find. Because I've actually had this washing machine and dryer that I paid $200 for, and I've had it for 10 fucking years. I think $10 a month is pretty damn good longevity overall for an upright payment for a washer and dryer. And only thing I ever did, I never even fixed anything on it that I can recall except for the switch. I had to rewire. The switch was broken on the washing machine. Maybe that's the only reason I obtained it. That's funny. Because it was broken, and all I had to do was just tie the sensors together. Because the safety switch was broken. And I just say, Mom, don't you dare put your arm in the washing machine because it'll eat it and try to wash it. And nobody's lost an arm and a leg since. So, woohoo! But all I gotta say is 10 years for a $200 washing machine and dryer was a steal. But you know what's really even better is I got one. I got a washer and a dryer, and I fixed them both out of a dumpster back in 2019. And then 10 years later, I did it. I did it with one I bought, which it actually worked when I bought it, and it worked for quite a while before I had to actually short the switch in, which is really weird. But it's like, it's the first thing to go on those older machines. It's always a switch, safety switch, dryer safety switch, and the wash machine. But I think the dryer one still works after all these fucking years. That's insane. Because I'm almost certain it's only the washer I had to do, and I had it for like 2 months before I had to like tape the wires together. Which I mean, the only other way to fix it is to find the switch, and it's like, what the? All I gotta say is, we don't need safety. Just don't stick your fucking hand in the washing machine. Okay, deal. Because I don't want to buy that safety switch. Actually, cost a lot of money. Well, it's not that expensive, but it's just fucking a lot more expensive to install and set up, and not worried about it. Direct wire and say fuck safety. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, just gotta be aware. Just don't stick your fucking hand in the fucking wash machine while it's spinning and drying. What's really weird is it does its cycle back in the day when I was doing the washing and doing it and I knew it was. What's really weird is I'd open up the dryer and washer and I'd literally stick my hand in that bitch. And I noticed the little ticker and the little thing when I was a baby. Because I remember it. I remember being a baby on the wash machine because my funnest time was when it was the spin cycle. Because it spun so fast and so hard. It was fun. I mean, think about being a kid on a spinning ass flying saucer. I was like, yeah. It was fun, and I enjoyed every moment of it. If you didn't have that type of childhood, I am sorry. You must have been raised by aliens. Yeah, they don't wash their clothes. They don't even wear clothes. That they're overrated. I mean, all they do is wear nothing at all. Life sucks when you're an alien. Damn, that tastes good for some fucking reason. Get rid of both of our washers and dryers. Ventless all in one. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, those really new ones. I'm jealous. How long do those last, though? Longevity wise. Like, I know if I wanted to replace it, it would cost me like almost like $900, I think, for an all-in-one washing and drying machine, which are really cool. The way they work are insane. Like, they literally can wash your clothes, dry your clothes, and you're done in one machine. And it's like, how? But I know it can work.
I mean, I can literally probably design one. And if I lived back in those days, I would have been rich as a bitch because they're all doing the whirlpool shit. Wash your dryer. But wait, I got an idea. I can make it better. And nobody would have thought, hey, we already know can't mix water with electricity. So how you gonna dry the clothes after you wash them without producing a potential electrical circuit short or some shit like that? But that's not really electrical circuits that you're gonna have to worry about. It's no, that's it. It's like that's the whole thing is you would expect it to be, but it wouldn't be. But you literally can either just blow air from the top down and tumble them, or put it from the top. I mean, it's funny that nobody would think about that shit. It's kind of weird. It's like I'm not even that surprised that somebody came up with it fucking 10 years later. Kind of pissed off that I fucking had to wait for a good washing machine. But I mean, honestly, with the machine I got, my clothes get a lot more fucking cleaner. Only takes 4 times as much energy. But at least it's clean. That's what she said. So I'm pretty rambling here. What's that noise? Stop. That's what she said. I'm not talking shit. Oh my god, people. Stop being so mad at everybody else. That's what everybody needs to stop doing. Everybody needs to stop hating one another. You know what's really weird? There's not one person I hate. There's not nothing I hate. Fuck. I wanted to come over here and sit comfortably and no, I have to use this one. And I moved it over here. Because I have no idea. I have a feeling that my phone's gonna die. I didn't get dim yet, but 10% is pretty low. I mean, anyways, let me backtrack. I mean, I'm just saying that I have no idea. It's like holding my breath. Whether I can make ends meet or not. You know, it's like if you don't hit the like button, I'm gonna be fucked. For real. You know, if you don't hit the like, if you don't like me, I mean, you could disagree, but you at least like the fact that I mentioned my opinion. You gotta like, you can't like something you don't like. You don't like my understanding. You don't like my opinion. You don't like everything about me. That sucks. Maybe I gave you a different point of view in life. What did I do to help you figure out life? I don't know. Wife doesn't use the dryer part. She uses these did reach hose hooks to dry her laundry. It's so funny. You know what's really funny is I used to have to do laundry myself. My mom got mad at me and she won't let me do my laundry in my own house. So when I let my mom move in, she pretty much confiscated my washer and dryer. And the reason why I bought this is I Googled and did some research. I'm not an idiot. And I was like, okay, is this one long? So there was like two different brands I was looking for. There was it was Whirlpool was my number one priority. And there was one other one by GM that actually was made by Whirlpool, but before they became Whirlpool, and it was made by the same company as Whirlpool. But those are the most longevity dryers or washing machines and dryers, and I found a stackable Whirlpool that was old, and they wanted $200. I didn't even talk them down. I actually would have gave them $400 for that bitch back in the day because it was a beast, and it's still working to this very day, and they're good. They're just really good machines. They're well built, and they don't make things like that anymore. You have something with a built-in United States symbol on it. It's like doesn't mean anything because it most likely was built in China or metal. The metal came from China. But nowadays, it's so freaking cool. I mean, I have an ancient, non-existing dryer and washing machine that will outdo and probably last another 10 to 20 years, even longer, to be honest with you, because they're not predetermined to die on you. They're going to work until the motor runs out, and I know exactly how much they're going to cost to replace the motor, if they even make them anymore. But I'm sure I'm going to find one. It'll probably cost like $100. I mean, at least. It might cost as much as I pay for the machine, since the machine itself, when it was brand new, cost about $2,000. But I got it for 10% that, which I think is pretty cool. But it's lasted for 10 years. Maybe I could find another one. Probably not. I'm just happy. I got a washing machine and dryer for less than $200. I mean, but not less, exactly $200. And it's worked for over almost 10 years. It's only like what? I moved in on 2020. Yeah, it's only like 8 months less than 10 years. It's who knows how much it's been used before that. I'm once, twice widowers. Ask third wife, do you want to really marry me? I'm once, twice. I'm going to use that pickup line. I sit next to a really beautiful woman. He's like, I'm a once, twice widower. I mean, I was hoping to be, but you know, you can marry me today, and she's gonna be like, how'd your wife die? Did you murder them? I mean, I find it pretty peculiar that they're already dead. Already dead. I don't know. I find it really weird that a lot of girls want to marry me, especially if they live in the Philippines. It's like, why the hell? It's like, what? You're gonna wash my dishes? Like, I already got my mom's gonna love you, especially if you're gonna wash the dishes. I mean, I don't care about you washing the dishes. I mean, I mean, I just don't understand why the heck you would do that, but it makes no sense to me. Well, I understand that, they don't want to be in the Philippines. They don't have no luxuries. It's like me, it's like I don't want I wouldn't want to, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I wouldn't want to freaking put a hole in the fabric of all of space time. But yeah, I wouldn't let her. I would be, my goal would be to get her whole entire family over here, which would probably be every single one of them. I mean, I'm not kidding, because, and I would certainly want to do so. I don't care. That's just the fact that she's my wife. I just would like to make things happy. But yeah, it'd be hard for me to do it with. I don't think it'd be hard. It'd probably get hard, but anyways, we're not talking about that subject. Um, well, I just saying, it's just be mentally hard dealing with different characteristics and different families, different language. I mean, I really honestly love their language. It's kind of amazing. It's not that hard at all to notice the difference and stuff in Filipino language. What I have to say is I love the tuna ships from the Philippines. What really pisses me off now is it doesn't exist anymore. Even in Winco, it's all Korea, the dirtiest fish factory of them all, which I've never visited, but I know they just tasting it. I know. I know too much. And that's what I'll tell you. I know way too much. That's amazing that you're still here. I don't know how much longer you're gonna be here, Jesse James, because I'm fading. I'm fading and I'm fading faster than an apple ripens. But yeah, but I mean, at least I'm not like all here. I mean, I'm all here, but I mean, at least I'm not chewing on an apple stem. That's what I think is the core of a really good relationship. It don't matter if you guys are getting married, man. I ain't gonna ever find a beautiful wife. I keep saying never. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I will. I mean, I gotta say, it's just a lot of beautiful women. It's like, man, there's a lot to choose from, and so it's like, man, maybe I should take my time when I'm shopping. Not for wives. Maybe I should take my time a little bit and get to know the people that I'm shopping with. I don't know. Because a lot of them are really good fakes and they want to think like they're better than everybody else. I'm just like, I need to find a good one. A one that actually can have a huge range of versatile foods and eat spicy ones and actually bear the consequences like I can. Whew. It'd be fun. I mean, that's why I really, because I was really jealous of rattle trap fishing. 'Cause rattle trap fishing actually had the dream girl of my wife. Pretty much would have been my wife as my dream girl, like pretty much. And he had her right there, and then God took him away from her, and I mean, what's he gonna do? I mean, he coped with it, and I'm sure that's what she would have wanted. I know that's what she would have wanted. Because the worst fear of death, in my opinion, is somebody not being able to cope with your death. So, my death, I hope, is concrete and people, there ain't no heartache. Because I'm dead. I mean, what are you going to do? I just don't want nobody to be hurt from my death. You know, it's like, why? I'm dead. I died. I got sick. I just don't want it to be a problem. I just don't think that anybody could be uploaded. Just don't think that's possible. I mean, it's not probable. I mean, it's nowadays it's at least thinkable, and but it's not real. It might feel right, but no. For scientific purposes, when I'm dead, I'm dead. You ain't gonna be able to bring me back. Not gonna happen. Not worried about it. That be impossible. And that wouldn't work. That wouldn't be possible. This was my brain before. Anyways, a lot of people don't realize why is that freaking why does that freaking taste and smell so good? so many poisons hitting my brain at the same time. Why can I smoke until I'm 120 years old and some people can't? Which don't, I don't see why. I mean, I've seen innocent people without no smoking history just die. That's why I think that doesn't make a difference. And that's why it's like, I mean, I don't care if you want to make a fucking superficial freaking super vacuum tube and all this bullshit that makes no fucking lick of sense. Like, oh, you really want to do all that extra shit? I mean, I think the laser shit was funny, but to make a super accurate fucking microwave, like, oh my god, we only have to wait 30 seconds. I have to wait 1 minute to warm up my coffee. 1 minute's not too fucking long. I'm not complaining. I mean, if I could do it in 30 seconds, holy fudge. Not too worried about it, but I know you could do it in 30 seconds with lasers. But I don't think it would change anything. Just be 30 seconds faster. It was just my internet bill would probably struggle with my power bill. And that would be kind of funny. If they did that. But yeah, they don't. So yeah, I mean, I need to break up the cellular structure. It's so insane. That's pretty cool though. But I guarantee you that a bullet of a 9 millimeter can't even go through Encyclopedia 1 because I've already tested it. Yeah, I've already tested it. I've already done it. I've shot 9 millimeters through books, and a 9 millimeter wouldn't go through an actual, wouldn't even go through as much many pages as a 9 millimeter. Well, actually, the 22 would go through the more book pages for some weird reason. Quite a few extra pages, but not really that many to make a difference. But when you understand why and how a book stops a bullet before a Kevlar vest, and then how a Kevlar vest is made, which I could show you because I watched the video, it's pretty fucking amazing on how I can put nothing but a shirt on made out of Kevlar and it would stop a BB gun. The second layer would stop a 22 pellet round. Third layer would stop maybe a 9 millimeter. Third layer would stop man, I keep adding layers, it's going to stop a double amount of bullets. It's just that strong. It's a very, very versatile material, and it's extremely simple to make. I can make you a Kevlar vest in 20 minutes. I can make you a bulletproof vest in 20 minutes if I had the materials. I mean, I literally could just take a shirt you're wearing. It's actually easier just to take the shirt that you're wearing and then sew. I mean, if I do use spider string, it would actually be 12 times stronger. I mean, that's a fact. But without that, just making layers of paper, every single layer of the paper causes a slowdown. So, what's the bullet gonna do? It's not gonna go through the second layer, and it's not gonna break my brain. Try to explain why. But same thing when it comes to the only reason why they use Teflon is because that process would take 15 times longer. Yet, it, I don't know, it would take 15 longer, and you'd have to have the material to start with, so it would actually be inefficient. That's a fact. I think it would be definitely inefficient, and it would not work for long-term longevity. It would just be very experimental, and it wouldn't even it wouldn't. The only issue, also not the only one, it would actually leave blunt force, which Kevlar absorbs a lot of that blunt force. The blunt force is executed within the mesh, and a lot of people don't realize what stops a bullet is the mesh. I mean, it's the mesh of paper that stops the bullet in the first place. And I think that that's what they came up and they understood how to make Kevlar. It's pretty much a lightweight material that they can make out of anything if they wanted to. And it was stop a 9mm round. I mean, it only takes probably 4 layers. But yeah, that's for another channel. But bulletproof wood is pretty fucking cool. I watched that video all the way through. I mean, bulletproof wood. Astronomically insane, but it was cool to watch. I enjoyed all the failed attempts, and I think I learned a little bit chemistry wise because I suck at chemistry. I just have an idea that if he didn't use on the last part, if he actually used epoxy resin before the final stage, I'd love to see it just discrete of all the epoxy resin. I just like to see if it could actually hold epoxy resin. That'd be kind of fun to watch. But I really think that it would be completely bulletproof. Because, I mean, some of the resins are actually rated for a way more PSI. It's another story. 9mm is very low FPS. Are you kidding me? I mean, to capture every moment of a 9mm would cost you a fucking $1,000 camera. I mean, yeah, it's expensive as shit. I mean, I look at these YouTubers and like, man, I wish I had even a partial concept. I might get 1 million subscribers just by being able to compare I could barely compare my channel to their conceptual testing facilities and the rarity of being able to argue my point with what I already have, which I have a lot of equipment, but nothing near that pay range or even a borrowing range. I mean, I actually think that somebody would allow me to borrow their lab for just this shit. But if they were in the middle of doing their own experiments for something else, I just have to wait. But I certainly would. Why wouldn't I wait? And why would I not be there? Because everything that happens in that lab has got to be documented. Everything. Which is really cool. So you can feel my thoughts and see how racist I'm not. But they proved I was racist. Bastards. Trying to prove that I'm not. But it looks like I'm racist. I'm just trying to prove a point. I don't know how they did it, but whatever. It came out with the right of everything. Mm-hmm. Fucking insane. Anyways, the best way to dodge a bullet is to not be in front of it. So, hopefully, you make a good one that pisses everybody off and shows how terrible their shots are. Because I'll just hide. I don't care. Because that's just how the army works. I mean, the army doesn't go in and fucking kill random individuals. We just find them and get rid of people that are bad, not individual soldiers. That's what I'm trying to say. And we're not going to level the whole entire building until after everybody's out. And that's where I come into play. Get everybody out so that they can blow it up. I need to do that for everybody. Okay. That's so bad. It's pretty fucking bad. 27%. And I just want to go to bed. That's all I want to do is just want to go to bed. Hey, take a nap and go to bed. How do you do that? What's really weird is I can't do it on my channel. I don't know. What's really crazy is I know too much. I know exactly how all this shit fucking happens. Like, I know Minecraft. I know bedrock, and I know the differences between the items. That's why I'm trying to make a translator for. I'm not trying to, I'm going to. Just pissed off that I can't fucking make an actual map along, which I was hoping to find. Hey, here's a list and map out the colors, but they don't map correctly after a certain values. But they do match up to the original. If I switch out the dictionary to a normal dictionary that I used to have, it works out perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So technically, all I need to do is just use that, because there's never going to be a scenario. If I do need the scenario, I can rebuild it from that, which that's what I'm trying to make the thing do right now. Give me the output from the input if the input's identical. And it is. It's working pretty damn good, but it could be simplified. And that's what I was trying to help too. I know too much. What is a bug? They don't even know. I don't know. Everybody used to get mad at me. How the fuck could you understand this shit? I don't know. So I'm just gonna flip it. And I think I'm gonna hang out with myself and go to bed. I think I'm done for. It's not really that productive of a stream. I didn't get no major super chats, but you know, it's still fucking amazing. I've got to talk to Drop Family Garden. Gotta talk to Jesse James. Gotta talk to Birdie. I mean, I haven't seen them in a long time, so it's way worth it. And you have a mag of 5,000 FPS. I'd love to see that shit. Put that on your YouTube channel, man. How do I find you? Let me see. I'm a subscribe right now. Drops Family Garden. That's some amazing shit right there. That's shit I like to watch for real. How do I do it? I'm definitely gonna have to go to your channel for real. Because that looks cool as fudge. That's why I like a lot of those other channels, because at least they even show their failed attempts. I absolutely don't. I respect that, and I enjoy to see, it was a failed attempt, failed attempt, and here's the good attempts. I don't care how long it takes to expose all that failed attempts, but can you imagine bulletproof? I mean, for real, everything bulletproof, made out of wood. That's gonna be amazing. I know I can do it. But it's funny because, I mean, in a book, like a book, like, it was really weird. Like, he went through like several 2x4s, and I've already tested books when I was a kid. And I had a 22 caliber, and I had a 22, and I had a 9 millimeter, and yeah, the 9 millimeter was pretty much a 22, a tiny bit on steroids. It literally, and it doesn't appear to be 2 times faster than a fucking 9. I mean, a 22 and a 9 millimeter, from my perspective and my understanding, was always very close to the same power. I mean, penetration wise, or just let alone, they were almost identical. The only problem with the 22 and the 9 millimeter was the mass. From my understanding, it was just the mass. The 22 bullet was not big enough to really slow down after going into a certain amount of fluid. I mean, it would just kinetically continue going. Even if it hit something, it would just disintegrate into multiple pieces if it couldn't go anywhere else. But if you couldn't do so, if you just were trying to slow it down, it literally would just stop. And when it come to a book, literally one Encyclopedia Britannica, I have yet to find anything other than a fully loaded 45 Magnum to go completely through it. Just one encyclopedia, 1.5 inch thick. The only thing that actually come close to going through those papers, and the only reason why it actually slows those bullets down, is because microscopically, every single page of the book becomes a web of slowness. It just does it. I mean, it could go through a fucking wall or anything solid pretty fucking quickly, but it won't go through an Encyclopedia Britannica. That'll stop it dead in its tracks. Just FYI, I just know how and why it works. That's why Kevlar and what it is and how it's working. I could make my own suit of armor if I needed it, but I'd make it better. And how I would make it better would probably get me in trouble. Because this is definitely the government. It's definitely secret. And they're going to do it. Because I know it. I know they will. I mean, it's going to work. And it's definitely going to lighten the load up quite a lot. But it'll take a 9 millimeter, probably a 45. Probably won't take a 45. But it'll get close. It'll throw them across the room. It'll just same thing. It'll just take them with them. So fucking weird. So weird. Could you imagine? .22 long rifle. That's actually the way to go. I ain't gonna lie. Really, the accuracy, and they're not expensive. I mean, what's really weird is you have to get a license to have a gun in another country. It's like, what are they trying to prove here? I don't know. That kind of really weirded me out. It's like I can't go to Canada without freaking being completely freaking neutral. And then I can't have a firearm. Not in Canada. What? Really? No firearm? Then you can go to Mexico and have all the firearms you want. Yeah, I don't even care. It's like, oh, well, you can't. Blah, 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 blah. And another thing, like I said, it's like people gonna freaking take your ride, steal your ride, say it's your ride. And it's not, but they'll do it. And they'll actually do it, which is weird. It's so fucking slow.